Yo. Okay, unmuted. No signal. Why? Okay, there we go. Hey. Yo. Okay, so before we get started, I did adjust the camera, but just a slight thing. I was out at the pool this weekend, hanging out with family. It was my mom's birthday, so we were all poolside hanging out. I think we were only out there for about 2 or 3 hours, but I did get pretty fucking sunburnt. And I go to start stream today, and I was like, you know what? It would be good to do it on YouTube and, like, actually, you know, get back to this video content thing again, right? Well, I turned on my camera, and, I guess the saturation or something was a little bit overblown. There was a Streamlabs update, apparently. And I turned it on and thought, holy shit, this burn is way worse than I thought. And then I went and checked the saturation settings, and hey, like, it's not that bad, all right, but it looked nightmarish. Like, I'm not kidding. I turned it on, and I had like a split second thought of like, oh shit, maybe I should be at the hospital. Oh man. All right, so couple things kind of going on right now. Oh wait, yeah, you can see the hey, that's like Taron's normal skin color, and then ooh. Yeah, it was pretty bad. Oh man. So one of the things we were gonna do tonight could be on here for a few hours. I think thank you guys so much for the birthday wishes. One of the things I was going to try to hit on this was touching up a bit on a little bit to the intro to the stat block section, mostly because I think there is an interesting kind of gameplay philosophy that I think is more so a problem of more modern systems and only really being baked into those. And it's something that I feel like I do have to at least say something about in the bestiary. And this is going to be around encounter building. So one of the things that I keep getting feedback on is that people are like not sure how to design encounters for Vagabond. And I'm like, okay, so really there's not going to be anything that can give you a perfect yes or no. I think people really want a very binary answer as to whether or not mathematically they can say the thing that they designed is going to work, or how do I put it? They kind of like, oh, hey, what up, Jordan? They kind of see something like D&D or Pathfinder, where like D&D has the CR system, and the CR system is kind of confusing, and I think pretty much everybody here 10-ish, are we 10 years later? Yeah, we're a little over 12 years. Okay, 12 years later. Kind of 12 years later feels that the whole thing just lacks context, and it's only really useful in a white room. And you just kind of have to gut check it, you know? There's really not an easy way for us to cover absolutely every single base as to how an encounter could go in the player's favors or not. So, like, we can't really give you a guide that says, yes, this is absolutely perfectly balanced, you know? Nimble's Monster Builder is fantastic. There's a couple of things I wanted to say while I was looking through the Nimble stat blocks. There's a couple of things I think it does achieve what I think are, how do I put it? It does feel a bit more like all of the monsters have a unique thing that they do, which I think is interesting. And I think it makes things more interesting. But the thing that I'm kind of getting at here is I think people see the numbers as the kind of thing that, yes, this absolutely makes it so where no matter what I design, it will be perfect. And this means kind of jack diddly squat, you know. Teal will be gone? No. It's not going to be gone. Instead, what I'm saying here is further disclaimers that, like, hey, like, if you're confused about this, this is what this represents. And this does not mean, like, if you crunch this out, you can one-for-one get an exact, like, even back and forth, you know. Crying? It doesn't create a problem, you know. I think what TL does is it shows you the estimated output offensively and defensively that a monster has. And you can kind of feel safe. I would say probably doing something like against a party of 4, probably like a TL2 or 3. But action economy is going to be the thing that we all know is, I mean, kind of going to dictate a fight. So different strategies can produce different results. I need to do a little bit more of a clarifier on threat level here, because I think that people see threat level and they think, they don't read it, right? They don't read the section. They just see the threat level thing and go, yes, this is CR, okay, cool, I know what's going on here, and then they move on. It's not like that. Almost missing the forest for the trees, I think. Yeah, like, you cannot, this is a true thing that I'm going to say straight up. I don't know if there's going to be a YouTube video made on this or something like that. I don't know if somebody wants to make that Indestructoboy response video, you go for it. There's like dog hair on my microphone. I don't know who was on it, Apollo or Locke. So, challenge rating, whatever you want to call it, a difficulty, that is only useful for white room challenges. It's fine at giving you, like, here's the idea of the offensive and defensive capabilities of this creature, but at the end of the day, context is going to change absolutely everything about how difficult or how easy an encounter could be. The encounter of the monsters doesn't mean shit. It really doesn't. It cannot possibly account for all of the magic items that players are potentially going to get, some kind of unique thing that goes on with like the homebrew rules of your game. If you decide to tweak anything, whatever, you literally cannot account for all of it. And I think I think everybody in the RPG scene has got to stop expecting that to be the thing that every single TTRPG needs. I personally think it kills interesting monster design. We cannot possibly assign a point value to absolutely every single result and then quantify it at the end. The ask is so demanding that we have to put some trust in you to be able to intuit, hey, this is probably gonna hit harder than this thing over here, you know. I hope that's all making sense. And it's like it's really not a thing of condescension. It's very freeing, quite honestly. Instead of trying to think so hard about like, well, an encounter would be best if you had this number representing the difficulty of this group over here, and that means it's going to be... No, that's anxiety riddling. And I think whenever a dungeon master goes in to start prepping stuff, they feel like, holy shit, if I don't follow these guidelines right here that still don't really totally make sense to me, I'm going to absolutely fuck up the campaign. And I don't think anybody really wants that at the end of the day. I know I definitely don't want to deal with that. I know that most people that are trying to play a game like 5th edition or Pathfinder probably don't want that either. So I'm not really going to be throwing that in as a thing that I set out in Vagabond to do or define, right? I get it, I do the same way, but don't know, people who wants a fair fight will never happen. Will still want it if there's a metric. Yeah, like, this is not the kind of thing that I can point to and say absolutely 100%, if you follow this guideline, your combat will be quote unquote balanced. It doesn't work that way. Also, the way that I personally would like to like design encounters for Vagabond is way different than what you would probably do for a D&D, Pathfinder, Knave, Shadowdark, anything quite like that. The reason being, I run with a philosophy that you want to overwhelm players a lot. You want to throw a bunch of minions out there and have them going, oh fuck yeah. Like, they get all of these little targets that they get to use all their cool abilities on, right? That should be fun, you know? If there's gonna be a horde of minions, like, I mean, if there's a ton of kobolds or whatever in this cavern, and like they're really defending it, okay, well, like a colony of them seems like it should be pretty absolutely insane. Like, I don't know, 20, or like if we're talking about one encounter, I would try and figure out how many players there are, like how many player characters there are, and probably multiply that number for minions by 2.5. Like, I want to double their numbers, because I know, number one, the players are going to go first. Players are absolutely going first. Unless they get snuck up on, players are going first. So that means they're going to have 4 actions right there to fuck with this mob, right? They want to absolutely destroy. Cool, that's the intent, you know? Do you think you could build an encounter to give us newbies an idea? I mean, I'm kind of walking you through it right now, right? Like, I don't really try to cement something in this as like this is the exact way to do it. It's more so that I'm looking at the average number of players, like what is the number of players, and then I kind of think in my mind, okay, here is a minion, and this minion is most likely going to represent like maybe about an equal to lesser threat level, right? They're going to represent like the overall defensive and offensive output is probably equal to that of the players, right? Or player, like one of the player characters. And the other thing that I keep in mind is that most likely heroes are going first. That's just a reality of it. And I think if they got 4 actions, they're going to at least kill 3 of those things. If they're just strictly taking the attack action, most likely they're going to kill 3 of them, you know? You like the threat level table, but without the threat level, pretty much has Nimble too. Yeah, Nimble has a wait. I think it almost seems like you're kind of talking to yourself from 5 minutes ago there. To have an idea of DPR, at least. Yeah, I mean, that's what we have for threat level in here. If a train full of Karkaloth leaves Denver and a train full of Oglers leave Boston with traveling at 100 miles, yeah, how much threat level did they have before reaching maximum velocity? Yeah. So, like, I don't like how much this has made people crunch out encounter design over the years. It's also caused, like, personally for me, I remember it left a bad taste in my mouth whenever we eventually heard that Wizards of the Coast didn't even follow challenge ratings for encounter designs in their books. And I was like, oh, okay, so you guys came up with this metric that you told us to follow, but you all think that it's horse shit anyway, so you ignore it. And I'm like, then what the fuck is this? You know? So I'm not establishing that threat level is the design. Like, it's like the way you must encounter design. That's not it. It's just giving you a ballpark of the overall offensive and defensive abilities that this monster is capable of, you know? And how you're supposed to use that, it's information, okay? The thing that makes encounters more interesting to me isn't how fair the fight was, it's how did we overcome the fight. I'll give you a really good example here. I don't know why this webcam is also glitching out after this update, but we'll hope that it does normal shit. At the demos at SoonerCon, I basically cut Wet Dreams in like a quarter. Like, I just basically did Wet Dreams. It was a weird mashup of Wet Dreams, the first puzzle trap from the Jeweler's Sanctum, and just some random thing I thought of at 6 o'clock in the morning before the con. So it was like a 3-room dungeon, and it was like a 4-room dungeon. They were all through it in about 45 minutes. So, but the final encounter was there were a bunch of level 2 characters. There were a bunch of level 2 characters who are fighting a sea serpent. And by what it says in threat level, this is not a quote-unquote fair fight. It's not supposed to be. What they're supposed to do is use their abilities to try and turn the fight in their favor, right? The playtest, or the demo pre-generated wizard had the charm spell. So I saw 2 of them going for that, and they were able to charm the sea serpent and, you know, kind of do their thing. And they were using, basically focus was their timer on how quick they could get this thing done without pissing off the sea serpent, and then, you know, get out with this sacred trident or whatever. There was another table who, this was so funny. They went onto this ship and found a bunch of gunpowder and cannons. And because I was just yes-anding, what do we find? I'm looking to find some cannons, and I was like, what do you know? They're there. You know, like, yeah, there's even some portholes right there where you could fire them out. And that just became like a mainstay of what was in the hull. So all the future parties, because they thought of that, I was like, cool, yeah, absolutely, that's in there, right? And they were using the cannons and, you know, the gunpowder to kill the sea serpent. Okay, a bunch of level 2s doing that. Yeah, they were rolling like 4d6 per like barrel of gunpowder that they ignited next to this thing's head. Yeah, it was sick. It was a fun time. The players all had fun. I can't think of too many people who played that demo and didn't wind up buying a book or going over to the Kickstarter, you know? But yeah, it's like, this was not a fair fight, but there were circumstances that they were, because they were yes-anding and asking questions, it was like, okay, cool, I'm fine with the gunpowder being there, that seems funny, like, you know, like, that seems cool to me, sure, let's let it happen. It's this thing where, like, I could not tell you how hard it is to kill a sea serpent in the game, because I also don't know a couple of other things. In the environment, is there something that they could use to nuke it? And in which case, okay, like, there's zero. If they have the power to, like, get a wish, okay, well, apparently they can kill anything in the game at least once if they wish it away, right? So no, like, I can't give you the metric by which you can build a perfectly balanced encounter. I just think the idea of perfectly balancing an encounter is a complete illusion. And it's the kind of thing that, like, it only exists in a white room. And I think we've got to stop pressuring people to, like, make quote unquote perfectly balanced encounters. It just doesn't exist. It just doesn't. Drop a full anchor into its mouth, let it sink. Yeah, it's something, you know, like, yeah, there's all kinds of creative shit. Go for it. Like, go for it. I've never felt like a TTRPG was more interesting because an encounter was super well balanced. That's boring as fuck. I don't know where this obsession comes from. But it is one of the things that we got, like, feedback pretty consistently on, at least Print Wave 1, Print Wave 2. And I'm like, I just don't think that they get the vibe at this point, right? And, like, who's to say if I tell you it's perfectly balanced in the book, and I'm like, yeah, if you do this, your encounter's well designed, all the math is saying yes, and you're a good game master. Like, what are they gonna do later on? Be like, oh, okay, well, if I follow this thing, then Taron says I'm a good boy, and he might give me a hug at the next convention. Like, I don't know. I don't know. It's not... Players don't remember a perfectly balanced encounter. They remember overcoming some crazy shit because of their creative ingenuity. They like to puzzle solve with an encounter. And puzzle solving will make them feel like a badass. It will. Like, straight up. The guy who came up with that idea was the party barbarian. You know, to throw the gunpowder at the sea serpent. That is... And yeah, that's a barbarian thing. Ha! Yeah! Big fucking boom. You know, yeah, absolutely. It's a lot of work for the enemies to only fill them around, check immediately. There's a whole demographic of people who play TTRPGs, spreadsheet calculations and white room theory crafting. Yeah, and those people, I guarantee you, don't play many TTRPGs. Those are people who have more fun creating a character than they actually get to make a game. Or get to play a game. For real. There are plenty of people who straight up just see RPGs as a thing to crunch out, and they don't actually get that character to the table. It just... Look, that's not the game I want to make. I want to make a game that gets more play than crunch. You know? People like theory crafting and imagining fights more than they like playing RPGs. Yeah, I mean, you know. TTRPGs in that video game are competitive. They don't need to be balanced. You just need to feel fair. You just want it to feel fair. I actually don't think that's the intent. I don't think it's about feeling fair. I think it's about whether or not it's interesting or compelling or fucking cool. Whatever, right? Yeah, it's, wait, how would a newer GM know what to do? I get threat level being quite misleading, but it helps to know what's too much. I would say that's where threat level can give you a ballpark, but it can't 1000% tell that person. It can't 1000% give you security. You've got to jump in the fucking deep end at some point. You've got to just try shit. You know? Like, you can't just... You're not going to get that sense of security or, like, relief of your anxiety from me telling you the numbers make sense. I cannot guarantee what's going to happen at your table. I don't know that. I can't account for any of that. Nobody can. At some point, you gotta just fucking go for it. And if it flops, it flops. You know? But go for it. You know? Can you create fairness with an amount of variance that comes with rolling dice anyways? No. No, there's so many things that factor into the fact of we cannot guarantee an outcome when chance is involved. We can't. You know, we can't... The human mind will come up with all kinds of new ideas. We cannot account for every single idea. As a newer DM, there's a definite fear of TPKing. I think people end up going too far the other way after that. Here's the thing, though. This is not a thing of like me getting on your case. I'm just saying this is a Band-Aid ripoff, okay? Get over it. A TPK is not the worst thing in the world. Your friends, if they get pissed at you over that, it's like, hey, guys, like, man, it can happen. You know? Like, we can talk about it. We can work something else out. What do you guys want to do from here? But, like, that's the way that the dice fell. You know? And, like, with Vagabond, it's like, hey, the system's going to take the heat. You didn't fudge the dice because you can't fudge the dice. That's... The players get the fudge mechanics with luck, you know? I cheat dice and create side quests with whatever Chekhov's guns I would think would be funny before the big fight. Was it too easy? Was it putting the loot too hard? Could have been easy. Like, to me, I like finding where the interesting and cool shit is that gives you the, like, ooh, hype moments, rather than, like, I'm going to give you a bunch of math to make sure that the game works like you want it to. You know, to make sure that the game, I don't know. You're not. I will say to anybody who's worried about, like, I use challenge rating because I'm terrified of a TPK. Fucking challenge rating does nothing to save you from a TPK. Absolutely nothing. Regarding TPKs, it's not too bad to be like, hey guys, we can pretend that didn't happen so long as you're playing with the chilled people. Yeah, or it's like, guys, like, that's part of the game. Like, that can happen, you know? if someone gets that upset about it, it's kind of like, okay, well, like, I mean, we talked about this being a part of the game early on. There were safety measures involved. You got a lot of safety nets as a part of the system. I mean, you do with Vagabond. Luck is there. If you feel like you're gonna have a problem with parasocial attachment to your original character, maybe play with plot armor, you know. But yeah, it's like, I have seen, there was a Reddit post that I wish I had saved, because I knew from reading it this didn't fucking happen. However, this post is still very similar to a lot of other posts I see in the RPG scene. And it was a guy who was, he made a post talking about how Shadowdark, a game of Shadowdark, caused one of his friends to, quote unquote, get violent, and I think threatened to hurt himself, broke their table, and he said it was all because the way that the encounters were designed asymmetrically was upsetting him. And I was like, my dude, you have... I just have to say, from reading the thing, I'm like, this feels psychotic, because no reasonable person is going to actually look at what you typed and think that what you're telling actually happened. This reads like a fucking 12-year-old telling me a story about how he definitely saw a fucking unicorn this last weekend. You know, like, this was absurd. Yeah, 99% of Reddit stories are fake, but you've had some crazy people threaten themselves over being targeted by multiple attacks. Yeah, and at that point, whenever people are like, I'm actually getting mad about that, yada yada, I'm like, get the fuck off my table. All right, cool. If you're getting that mad, get the fuck off my table. Like, I don't want to play with you, you know? Yeah, no, you should not be getting mad at this goddamn little goblin game. And if you're genuinely getting upset about that, my dude, get a fucking life. I don't play with people like that. And if it's at a convention and they get that pissed, I call security. Yeah, and I bet the comments are like, you need to have a nice private discussion with him. Yeah, the thing was, this guy was trying to find a reason to blame Daggerheart, or sorry, to blame Shadowdark. There we go. To blame Shadowdark, or like he wanted to throw a wrench over at Shadowdark, just throw some tomatoes, and tried to say that it was a problem with imbalanced encounter design. And that if Shadowdark's rules were different, his friend wouldn't have had this violent outburst. Now, my understanding was that the mods actually deleted this. However, god damn, I wish it had stayed up. I wish I could still link it to you, because it was one of the absolute craziest things. And this is also like on an internet where if you say, bullshit, I don't believe it, like this just didn't fucking happen, then those people are going to take that over to like Twitter or whatever and go, this person with any kind of social media influence is over here doubting a victim. And I'm like, motherfucker. Even if the story is true, it's not the system's fault. That's a player problem. It's just a fucking people problem at the end of the day. And there are so many people who I see in these like Reddit horror stories where I'm like, my guy, you are terrified to communicate with humans. Why the fuck are you playing a tabletop role-playing game? I don't get it. I just do not understand it. It's not on the system. No systems like cool rules are ever going to solve for people problems. They won't, you know? There's certain things you can do where we're like, we understand that psychologically this might disincentivize some people from engaging with the game. One example was whenever I was initially proposing Vagabond, the initiative system was just straight up, you guys go, the enemies go, you guys coordinate your turns. And some feedback I got was, actually, this could deter some people from playing because they might try to be too much of a people pleaser, or they kind of get over dominated in a conversation. And especially if it's like their first time playing, this is an immediate no for a lot of tables. I was like, I didn't really think it was that rough. And then I heard the thing again. And then Pointy Hat actually told me that. And I was like, okay. So now that I've heard it again, and then Pointy Hat came around and was like, yeah, no, Taron, here's actually why that's a problem. Then I introduced, okay, well, you can just go around the table. Hey, what up, Loot Goblin? You're using to punish the table that they are being mean to me. Yeah, that's let me do everything I want, though. Yeah, and like, if this guy owes me money, like, I let him borrow 20 bucks last session, and he didn't pay it back. What the fuck, Kelsey Dion? Like, what? You see what I mean? It's like, people are like, oh, my puppy is still peeing inside. God damn it, Shadowdark. I don't get how people have the idea that they go like, I have this problem that exists outside the game. What could the game actually... Yeah, Pathfinder... Pathfinder solves this, actually. Holy shit. That's so good. Oh, man. Oh, shit. Yeah, that can... Yeah, just say, like, hey, this is the thing that I want on the table. If you guys don't want it on the table, okay, well, like, we have other ways that we can cushion against it or whatever. But, like, so many... I say so many people. I just don't really understand how some people on the internet are really thinking that, like, I need to find the game that fixes my friends' minds. I want to play psychologist with D&D. All of those articles that came out about people using, like, psychologists using D&D to help people overcome whatever issues. And we see people trying to play, like, behind-the-screen therapists with their friend group. I'm like, my dude, I don't think you should be fucking with your people's, your buddies' neurodivergences or whatever you want to say. Trusting dice to do this for you. Wow, that seems... That seems really fucked up. Like, really fucked up. What's the matter? No, you heard me on the microphone and now you're gonna start making noise. You've been chill. What's the matter? It's fucking insane. And so nowadays, whenever I see stuff like that, like, I have a lot of buddies that do the RPG horror story stuff. Crow, like Jacob Crow, one of my best buddies in the RPG scene. He's an RPG horror stories YouTuber. For the most part, I see most of the RPG horror story stuff. Usually that I see posted on Reddit or whatever. I'm like, this is a person 1000% just making up a fucking story in order to get, I don't know, fake internet points. I have experienced my own RPG horror stories. I recently experienced one at SoonerCon, which I don't even know, man. This was man, there was a guy who, over the course of like 2 days of the convention, I want to let you know the exhibitor hall was open at this from, I think, 10 o'clock in the morning until 7 o'clock at night. Over the course of those 2 days, over the course of those first 2 days, he was at my booth for, we actually timed it, 6 hours. 6 motherfucking hours. Okay? And this was constant pressing on, he was constantly badgering me about questions like why I priced certain things the way that I did on my Kickstarter, why I should have used this other crowdfunding platform instead of Kickstarter. How am I actually filing my taxes and yada yada. And I was like, my guy, not only that, there was a customer who came up who was interested in hearing about the game. And I don't remember how this guy, how the problem dude found a way to insert himself in this, but he inserted himself into the conversation to debate this guy about Israel. And he stood there while I'm still trying to give a presentation with this guy, and I was like, I was flabbergasted. I was like, I don't know. I was not prepared for this shit today. I don't know what to think. Yeah. Like, this happened. I should actually... It would be really funny if I could, like, call Berna and just be like, hey, can you just tell me about the dude? Give me a brief. How long do you think that guy was there at SoonerCon? Like, how do you put those two topics together? I don't know, but the motherfucker found a way. And look, he came back and demanded a demo. Not only demanded a demo, I tell him, hey, the demo goes on for about an hour, and we're closing up here in the exhibit hall in about 30 minutes. And from the way that you talk, I mean, I didn't say this next part, but I was like, there is zero chance we're going to make it through this fucking demo with the way that you constantly keep asking questions. And there's a thing, right? Ask questions. Sure, whenever they're on the point, absolutely. Like, yeah, you want to hear about the game? Yes. Do not. Ooh, here's another thing. Do not use somebody else's time where they are pitching their game or they're trying, at their booth. Do not use that time to go up and tell them what you would have done differently had you been designing the game. Or, why aren't they doing what you're doing in your RPG? That right there, the moment he started doing that, I was like, I've got a long fuse. I really do. I really have a long fuse. I will put up with a lot of shit. This motherfucker got me on such thin ice. I don't know that I have been that short with somebody. Oh yeah. A chronically online basement dweller, but there in the last 30 minutes of the the last 30 minutes of the exhibit hall being open, tells me to run him a demo. And I'm like, hey man, like, I gotta pack up here soon. We're gonna try and leave. And he's like, dude, come on, just like run it for like 30 minutes. Show me what this is at. Was this at TechCon? No, this was at SoonerCon in Norman. He was badgering me to run him this demo. And then even brought up the thing of, man, I'm considering backing your Kickstarter at like that highest tier. Come on, run me the game. And I was like, oh my god. Was he distracting or just waiting other customers from the booth? I will tell you this. If I knew that this guy was at a booth and like I saw that he was badgering the creator, it would push me away so I would not have to deal with that guy. He did definitely cause one person who was listening to the pitch to leave. Yeah. Hey, what are you doing? What are you doing? Paulo. You're okay. I'm guessing he didn't become a publisher. Is this a 6+ hour guy? Same guy? Yes, it's a 6+ hour guy. The first day he was there for at least 3 hours. Yeah, he was there for at least 3 hours. The second day he was there, especially, like, he didn't occupy my time with the debate, but he came up while I was giving a pitch and, like, was pissing off this other guy for a good 2 hours standing in front of my booth about Israel. Yeah. I turn around immediately hearing someone like that. LOL. Unless it was your booth, then I'd come, try. Yeah. So if that happens again in the future, I'm already... that is one of my things that I'm like, this should have been a case for security. This should have been a case for me to go, hey man, like, look, I appreciate your support, but like, you've got to move on. Like, I have other people that I'm trying to pitch to, and you keep asking me absolutely nothing questions. You keep trying to pitch me your game and why I should have done something like what you're doing. Okay, dude, I've gotta move this on, I don't know what happened at the end there. I would have helped you out. Well, yeah, and he was basically there. Wait, I feel like he had to have been Spectrum, which is tough. This guy was deep into it. This guy could not get any indicators that's like, hey man, you're overstepping boundaries. Like, you're just not able to understand you're currently overstepping boundaries. So in the future, that might be a thing that I need to establish. However, I will say this guy had to have been aware that he was annoying the fuck out of me because he kept waving that whole, like, Well, but I'm considering backing it at your top thing, so like you should be very accommodating to me. And usually whenever I talk with people that are like, you know, heavy Asperger's or just, you know, heavily autistic, at least whenever I lay it out plainly, like, hey man, I am trying to leave, I need to go, they don't usually press you, you know? They don't usually press you whenever they can tell that, like, they're inconveniencing you. I think that this guy was just kind of an asshole. Like, I think that this guy just completely lacks social graces. You know? So, like... It's also extremely strange. I think that there's some people who, like... They think that there's an idea that they have that they're very passionate about. And they don't really realize that, like... Hey, man, like... I saw this here recently. There was a person who used to be involved with the Tulsa music scene. I don't think that they still are. But this person recently posted a thing where it was a scroll of Chat GPT or like Google Gemini prompted, or he prompted like Google Gemini to, what was it? Give him feedback on his theories of, his theories for like infinite energy or something like that. I don't remember. But like the AI, since it's just there to praise you and agree with you, was telling him he had working models that proved his theory or something like that. And this guy posts up on Facebook, if I'm found dead within the next 2 weeks, I need to post all this up publicly. Please save this information. And it was just screen caps of the conversation he was having with this chatbot. And I'm like, see, this is what I mean right here. This guy thinks he has stumbled onto something absolutely fucking genius and only has yes men telling him or whatever. Yes, absolutely, that is a great idea. Yes, this is a part of the reason why, by the way, I don't value any feedback whenever people are just like, I had a great time playing your game. I'm like, cool, I'm glad you were entertained. I'm glad you were entertained. If we go into a playtest, though, and someone just kind of gives me that, I'm like, I can't call you back for another one. I can't call you back. You didn't give me any feedback. What you did was yes man me, you know? Yeah, this sounds like someone who spends a lot of time reinforcing his worst impulses with strangers. Yep. Someone who only surrounds themselves with enablers, you know? And it's yeah. Some people are just on the spectrum. Some people just don't give a fuck. That's the thing. Is like, I don't think you have to be on the spectrum to lack social graces. It's not that, you know. I think that this guy was just an asshole. You know. There might have been some autism at play there, maybe, but I think that this guy just genuinely had zero courtesy for other people's time, and that is that's a dick behavior. Like, even AI found working models for infinite energy, it would be everywhere. Yes, and exactly. Like, if this stuff was already discovered, number one, why the fuck would you be asking an AI created by billionaires who are probably like, if you talk to a fucking AI about that idea, who do you think is the first person who's going to have the money to actually try and implement whatever the fuck it is that you came up with? Like, this is another thing. I'm like, the AI psychosis thing. I've seen about 4 or 5 people that I knew in like, or know, whatever you want to say, in real life, fall prey to this shit. You know? Yeah, he typed the perfect prompt. Like, I feel bad for them, but at the same time, I'm like, my God, you've got to access some critical thinking skills here. You are 50 talking to a chatbot that is telling you you have stumbled into reality bending science. And what the fuck? I do not understand. They think that they're so much smarter than everybody else, but the whole entire fucking time it's like, dude, you are being so fucking stupid with what you think is a smart idea here. Yeah. There's zero real thought into what would be the outcome of me actually discovering this thing and telling a chat bot, these are my ideas. It's so fucking dumb. I feel bad for them at some point, at sometimes because they're that gullible, but also a lot of the people who do this, I've also seen them just be kind of shitty in other avenues of their lives, so I'm kind of like, fuck them anyways. But yeah, Google would have had that machine a quarter of the way done by the end of the month. Yeah, I just, you know, God, we got on a whole, got on a whole thing there. So we'll treat chatbots like a rubber duck method, but the AI is too eager to agree. Yep, you know. So this is the thing where it's like, hey, I love whenever we do playtest, or if I submit something over to a game designer or whatever for feedback, whenever people actually have something constructive to add to it, that tells me, number one, they actually read the thing, but also number two, like they respect me enough to understand that I could probably take having my work criticized. Paulo, hey, you are licking so loud. You are licking so loud, dude. Hi. He had a cracked nail, and we just got it clipped and filed down. He's all good, but now he's licking it obsessively. Excited for Tinkerer, super excited for the Lightless. Well, so I got into that because we're going to get into some of the other stuff and then hopefully make it over to Spellbook at some point during this stream. But let's talk about kind of where I was leading into earlier with all that stuff. On threat level stuff. Okay? Explaining this here, and I've explained it in the book, but still it feels like people just kind of interpret whatever the fuck they want to from it. So I'm just going to say this. This is not perfect science. It's not. This is a very rough estimation of its defenses and what it can do every round. Like how much damage it can deal every round. Okay? This does not account for context of what can happen in an encounter. This does not account for many things that can influence the encounter. Okay? This is simply a number that shows you, here's what it can do defensively, here's what it has offensively. And most likely, one of these that is of the same level as the characters is probably going to be a pretty back and forth even fight between one character and that enemy, right? Now, should you be using that for encounter building? You can take it as a guide. You can take it as a guide. You know, I use it more to determine what kind of stat blocks the heroes should probably get in their power. Okay? The reason threat level is mostly here, I'm gonna say this again. The reason my threat level is mostly here was to have a metric for other character features to key off of to determine what they could get access to. Okay? That's the big majority of the reason. Now, that does not mean that this can't be used for encounter building. But what it does definitely mean is the only metric this is giving you is offensive output and defensive capabilities. That's it. Yeah, PF2E has entered the chat. If this were all a white room, even if this were a white room, you can't account for chance. You can't account for all these different variables, yada, yada, yada. People have tried to. D&D 5e probably had way more time put into, well, way more time and money put into trying to design challenge rating and trying to make it a system that they stopped fucking using the motherfucker like 2 years after they published the Dungeon Master's Guide. You know? Like, they didn't even follow the metric. So, we're not giving you a perfect science here. It's just not that. You know? This is a rough estimate of defenses and offenses. That is it. Period. Period, period. Right? So does that answer basically part of the reason why this is in here? And there is nothing I'm going to put down that is going to tell you 100% this will be a quote-unquote balanced encounter. TPKs will happen. Deal with it. It's gonna happen. And you gotta get over it. You got to. There are not enough people. I will say this. I'm one of the only guys who's in the RPG space that's on YouTube who's gonna tell you something like that, okay? Because a lot of people are gonna think, well, I don't want to upset anybody. I don't know. If you get mad about it, go fucking, I don't know, world's tiniest fiddle over here, all right? Like, if you get mad about it, that's you getting pissy. And, like, figure out something better to get mad about. What was it? Fucking Maria, what was her name? Have a better wish. Like, have a better problem. Have you all seen her? She's like this Brazilian lady. What the fuck? Maria. Girl, have a better wish. What was her last name? Oh my shit, what was this lady? Have a better wish. Oh my god, it's gonna drive me crazy if I can't figure out her fucking name. Over me, over him. Girl, have a better wish. I can't even find it. God damn it, what was her name? Anybody here know who the fuck I'm talking about? I feel like this might be like a 10,000 viewed video, but it was one of the goddamn funniest things to me. You enjoy crunchy maths, but I also like when spontaneity takes hold. I don't enjoy the crunchy maths. I just don't. That is a thing to me that whenever it comes to encounter design, it's just I don't want to spend okay, I don't want to spend 12 hours designing a session that we're gonna play for 3 hours. I can't. My issue with TPKs is on either side of the screen. I just kind of find them boring, but TPKs are easy to fix organically. I found when you can have the PCs wake up anywhere. Sure, but like in a game where death is a thing, they can happen. You know, and like the bad place to be in. The thing I'm trying to tell you right now is to not be scared of it. Okay, really, if people feel like there's anxiety around it, okay, don't be scared of it. Like, it is a thing that could happen. Okay, like, there's a million things that could happen. There could be a truck that is hauling 20 cars right now going down my street, and suddenly the trailer breaks off, and all of these cars slam into my fucking house and blow me up, okay? Like, all of these things could potentially happen. If I know, okay, hey, I live in Oklahoma, all right? I'm a gun owner. I know if I go to the shooting range, there's other people that are going to have guns there too. You know, I can't, they are complete strangers to me. Okay. And for all I know, some person could just go fucking crazy at the range and take everybody out. Okay. But like, I live my life. I'm going to do the things that I want to do with a reasonable amount of, you know, safety and everything. But like, if I don't like throw myself out there, I just do nothing but ball up and don't take any risks in life, you know? Like, this is a game. It's so funny to me, actually. Here we go. It's so funny to me that so many of these games promise exciting adventure and danger, and yet we have so many people who are terrified of putting that out there. They're hungry for some kind of mathematical equation to tell them this is how you can do that safely. You gotta throw that out. You gotta get rid of that. Like, oh yeah. I just mean more. I don't want to spend 3 hours making a session that ended after 1, but that's not a TL thing. That's a death mechanic thing. Yeah. Again, if you guys like, if you talk it through with your table and you go, hey, we want to like. I don't know, man. It's a lot of stress on the GM. What, a TPK? A TPK is a lot of stress on the GM? why is it that stressful? Or am I, like, what am I... You have to world build, you have to prep, you have to research, you have to watch advice, you have to do impressions, you have to... What? No, the impression of it. Oh, yes, it's character bleed. Yeah. Whenever, okay, people with attachment to their characters. Yes, people that get parasocially attached to their, OC, that's the kind of thing right there where I'm like, you are probably engaging with this in a very unhealthy way. In a way that I've seen people try and say that, like, this character's death has impacted them so much, they're now back into, like, I don't know, they're seeing a therapist about it. Now, I'm not saying that that's the kind of thing where, if you feel that way, RPGs aren't for you. There's probably a line with it where they aren't for you, but I don't quite think that that person in particular has absolutely hit that line quite yet. If someone's saying that, like, they, what is it, like, they become a complete recluse, or, like, other people are the fucking problem because their character died, it's like, my brother, oh, this is the biggest touch grass thing ever. It's like, please, you know what you need? You need to go out into the sun and get one of these, alright? It burns. But you know what this does? This got me, this was a mark that I spent time out there with my family, enjoying hanging out and communicating with humans, and being social, and remembering, like, hey, life isn't just what's on this fucking screen. I like taking in the world around me. It's funny how much more invigorated I feel about writing stuff whenever I get the fuck away from writing it. You know. Something happened in the YouTuber era that made a lot of GMs take the role of HR manager over a guy who wants to play monsters, is what I'm saying. Yeah, no, totally. But I don't necessarily think that it's always the it's not always the YouTuber's fault. It's sometimes it's that they say something that is good. They give a good tip and it gets misinterpreted, right? What are my thoughts on the Vagabond TTRPG? I've never checked it out. Talk to your table. You don't want TPKs use plot armor. Yeah, that's the other thing. Is like, hey guys, a TPK could be a thing. Your characters could die. Let's get beyond the TPK thing. Let's just say straight up, hey guys, your characters could die. That could be a thing. I feel like otherwise, if they couldn't, it feels like maybe there's not really major stakes, and as a result, I think that would kill some of the tension and some of the fun, you know? So, as a result, I would like to play with death on the table. If you don't, well, I can allow the cushion of, like, plot armor here, right? Plot armor is a cushion. But, like, guys, you gotta talk to the people you're playing with like they're actual humans, and not like you are the computer trying to run a game for 4 single players. Ooh, there we go. Ooh, wait. I think I just had a really interesting thought there. Whenever you're running the game, you're running a co-op game. It is a co-op game. And I think there are too many people, especially after playing Baldur's Gate, that think that running the game is like the computer running something for a single player, right? So they come up with things that they think the video game did for them as a single player that was interesting. Some of these are things like lockpicking minigames from Skyrim, right? Or allowing you to like respec in the middle of a game. Or like, there's things that I think make sense if a player is opting into them as a part of a solo game experience with a game master, or sorry, with no game master, right? A computer is running everything for them. This is actually this is a thing why I love Eugenics. I love that game. I think that that's got so much good going for it. I think that Mugenics is perfect as a computer game. I think it would fucking suck as a multiplayer RPG. Because one of the things with it is, oh, you're gonna lose cats, okay? You're gonna lose cats, and that would mean, oh great, now I've got to go over and make another character. Okay, cool. So I've got this other cat now, and it's dead again. All right, cool. So I got to go make another character, right? I love eugenics, Taron. Yeah, there you go. So like, Mugenics does things that really work well for it works super well as a roguelite. Okay, it doesn't work as a TTRPG. One of the things that Mugenics does extremely well is that it allows you to do some really busted ass shit, and that's part of the game experience, because there's limitations on, okay, I'm not gonna be able to play that cat after this run, or I can't play that cat until a mini boss comes along, and then I can play that cat, you know. God, don't remind me of your backlog. Wait, you still haven't played Mugenics? It's, dude, I think for anybody that's into tabletop role-playing games, specifically like with a wargame background, Mugenics is dude, that game is sick. It's so good. Yeah. Cats only do one adventure, so it's all about finding the dumbest combos possible. Yep. And it's so fun to do. It is so fun to do. You know that this flame is gonna burn really quick, you know, but it's gonna burn bright and it's gonna be fucking sick while it's going on. And that's the fun of it, is like you get it and then you fucking let it go, right? Then you move on to the next one. The other thing that I think gets a lot of people wrapped up in this sort of I'm parasocial with my character kind of a thing is the illusion that your table is going to go on for like 5 to 20 years. Those are so fucking rare. It's so fucking rare. I think more game designers have to embrace that your game is going to have a shelf life at somebody's table. But that should be good. That should mean that people want to replay the game and like do another 5 session arc of a thing. That should be the intent, you know. My friends and I have reached an agreement that we'll only have short sessions. Yet I don't ask people any more than 3 hours of their time anymore for an RPG. If anything, I try to run it in 2. I am 36 years old, and I got shit going on, alright? Most people got shit going on. If you don't have shit going on other than playing RPGs, touch grass. Fucking go and touch grass. You need to have other shit going on. You need to find fulfillment in your life outside of this hobby. You do. You absolutely do. Me, this is how I make my money. Alright? This is how I make my money. Alright? This is my job now. So I don't want you to have the impression that, like, okay. Here's a great example. A lot of people are going to love the thought, the dream of what I'm about to say right here. But I'm telling you right now, this is going to be work. Over the course of the next 2 or 3 weeks, while the Print Core 3 and Spellbook are in the alpha stage, I'm probably going to be running about 8 to 12 hours of Vagabond with like multiple tables for like over the course of 2 weeks. If that sounds like that's super fun to you and it's like a dream and like, oh my god, Taron, I would love to be able to do something like that, it's work. It's trying to make sure that things are running efficiently, because I'm, you know, this is a product I'm putting out there. I'm expecting people to pay money for this work, you know. My group sessions stretch for like 7 hours while I have fun because I'm with friends, but man, combat can be a slog sometimes. How many questionable rules? You talk about 5e? Just imagining that drains your social battery, feeling tired just thinking about it. Yeah, it is. So like I think it's an ENTJ. Is ENTJ the commander? Like that's what I've gotten every time I've taken the Myers-Briggs was commander. Combat can be a slog sometimes. How much you question the rules for Vagabond? Wait, They stretch for like 7 hours, and while I have fun because I'm with friends, but man, combat can be a slog sometimes with how much we question the rules. I was like, wait, you were in playtests. Not... Yeah, you'll be placing certain aspects over and over again. Yep. Players also have small brain. So like, this is a... I don't exactly get my like battery recharged from... I don't really get my battery recharged from socialization. But it's not like it absolutely kills it, you know? Ain't that shit pseudoscience? Sure, but it doesn't, it's not diagnosing anything medical, so who cares? Like, you know, it's like, hey, this could be a little personality thing. All right, cool. That's about as, you know, it's telling you probably about as much as telling you like, hey, here's a quiz to determine what Game of Thrones character you are, you know? Hey, you can always drop stuff in feedback in Discord if you want stuff cleared up. Doesn't help at the moment. Sure. Wait. What? The Briggs? The Meyer-Briggs. Yeah, that's what I'm saying. It's probably pseudoscience. Okay, yeah, sure. If it is, alright. But, like, it's not like it's telling you something. It's not telling you medical information. You know, it's all it's really telling you is like, hey, well, this is probably the way that your social battery works, you know? Myers-Briggs is pretty much like your zodiac sign. Yeah! But it's not doing any harm. It's not leading people to go out and, I don't know, march against vaccines or whatever and burn down... What was that? You're okay. I don't know, burn down abortion clinics or something. It takes a while because most of your fellow players and the game master are pretty autistic as well, and in roleplay and exact interpretation of the rules to your chagrin. Yeah, that's the kind of thing where I'm like, hey guys, we might be thinking too hard about this, so like, let's just move on. Saying this will also be after trick. Well, you know, for all I know, I've got I don't know, no wait, I took that what was it? It was like the second or third, like every time I've taken an autism quiz on stream, it's always said like, dude, you're fine. Like, don't worry. Not really a worry. It's more of a like, they wouldn't even consider you for further testing beyond this. But it seems like everybody I know that's my buddies is somewhere on the spectrum, and I'm like, man, you're a social bottom. I gotta remember that. Yeah, you know, I just really have, I love having conversations just rammed up my ass. That's more the playgroup other than the game itself. Yeah, and so this is, again, I would encourage people to not really think about it like, this game caused an issue with the social dynamic in my friend group, right? He'll stop talking. I would encourage people to stop thinking that the game is at fault for your friend group discovering that there was an issue with the fucking social dynamic. It's not the game's fault. You know, if you're playing Mario Kart and some guy throws a goddamn controller at your TV screen and breaks it, hey, I'm not emailing Nintendo and going, you motherfuckers better buy me a new screen because you made my friend angry and he broke my TV. Who does that? Whose brain works that way? It's not the game's fault. Most reasonable people are going to acknowledge that, you know? It's, this guy's got fucking anger issues and he can't figure out how to work on them like an adult, you know? TTRPGs can only bring out ugly aspects that were probably already there. Yep. It doesn't look, if there's poop in the bed, covering it up with a blanket doesn't address that there's poop in the bed. You know, you're gonna have to clean up the fucking poop before the bed is back, like, you know, good to use again, right? covering it up, that doesn't... It's the same thing. If you realize that there's a social issue in your group, you gotta address it head on. You gotta address it. You gotta talk like humans and address it. The game is not going to come up with some blanket solution to cover the poop. That's not how it works. Like, part of the reason why a lot of campaigns I've run have stuck together as long as they have is because I fucking talk to people like they're humans. It's like driving a broken car and getting mad at the road for breaking the wheels. Yep. Fuck, there was a pothole. Man, I wish that my transmission fluid was leaking, and like if only it hadn't been for that fucking pothole. It's like, what? Just sneak the poop sheets into the water. I should clarify, this is definitely a group problem, not a game problem. I was just playtesting slightly past and run properly. Yeah, like, but see, even still, like in wording, like, hey, this is an issue that we have. It's like, it could be a group dynamic problem and not necessarily a problem of whatever game it is, you know? Hi, do you need to go outside? Hang on, let me let him out real quick. I think he just wanted up on the bed. He's gotten to be an old boy and he struggles with hip stuff. So I gotta help him to get up in the bed. Gosh, I just never with that movies can be a whole wait, what? TTRPG games, all games really are social contracts. We should expect that everyone is an adult and treats each other with respect, but sadly this isn't always the case. Yeah, and like in that case, when it does happen, it's a thing where I feel like if somebody is to blame the game for it happening, I'm like, I actually think that you're the problem. I actually think if you can't recognize that this is a social issue, that actually says more about how you view how human relationships kind of flow, you know? I don't think it's a game problem. There are games that will do things that are like, okay, well, this is going to intentionally infuriate you, you know? Like, okay, here's a good example. There's a game, I mean, I'm sure many of you all have played this before, Secret Hitler. I think Secret Hitler is a fucking great party game. However, I have also played Secret Hitler with somebody who had an issue with ever being lied to. And I had no idea that this would be a thing where it was like, hey, this could potentially be a problem or whatever. I thought that this person could just handle their shit for the sake of the game. You know, and realize this person isn't actually lying to me. This person, it's not that they're actually lying to me. They're playing the game. You know, Secret Finboy is a funny variant. So like, it's the only premise of the game. Yep, you have to be fine with being lied to, and this person still really wanted to play the game. And whenever they realized that one of the people who was a fascist was lying to him, this person left the fucking party. They got so mad, they left the party, and as far as what I can recall, they didn't talk to anybody for like 4 days. And that's the kind of thing where I'm like, hey, it's not that fucking deep, my dude. Like, it's not that deep. Or if it is that deep to you, hey, you can't play this game with us anymore. You know, yeah. I played Secret Hitler a lot on Tabletop Simulator. They optimize the fun out of the game. I don't... Is there a way to optimize for Secret Hitler? Among Us was their bane, probably. I think that Among Us was a better experience during COVID than Secret Hitler, and it was basically the same kind of deduction game. You know? I actually think I would probably have more fun with a group playing Among Us than I would doing Secret Hitler. Secret Hitler can be explained in like 5 minutes, but Among Us is kind of just, okay, I'm in it. I know what's up. And then it's all about the socialization of it. And if somebody doesn't vibe with it, they don't vibe with it. But like, that person not vibing with it shouldn't be an excuse to go flay the game alive or try to, because you guys can't figure out how to socialize like humans. I don't know. It's so fucking weird. I don't get it. I hate using It's Not That Deep. No, you know what? There are some vibes, there are some feelings where genuinely we gotta tell people like, hey man, you're feeling it too hard. All right, like this shit was not that strong. You microdosed. All right, like that was it. Like there's times where yeah, it's valid. It's valid for you to feel pretty pissed off about this. Absolutely, it's not belittling it, right? But there are some times where I'm like, hey man, it's not that big of a fucking deal. Can I give you a good example of, hey man, it's not that big of a fucking deal that I think we're all familiar with? And I think somebody would have, one of his friends would have been good to belittle his emotions here. Can I give you a really good example that I think pretty much everybody's going to agree with me on? Let me see here.
This is going to be a video that, if you've been a long time viewer who just joined in, I do apologize.
Somebody should have belittled his emotions, okay? Somebody should have absolutely told Duke, hey, it's not that fucking deep, okay? And what I'm talking about is a Hanlon's razor situation, right? This is a, hey, don't, like, you're assuming malice right here, and you let your emotions get the best of you and make a really fucking stupid career decision. So, yeah, I would think it's better for a lot of people for you to tell them, hey, man, actually that feeling you're feeling, not valid. Like, you know? Like, there's plenty of times where, and we do this all the time with, like, parenting, okay? A kid is feeling big emotions, all right? They get upset because somebody is eating a chicken nugget and they're not. And they are upset because they had 6 chicken nuggets, they already ate all 6, and someone's still working on their plate and they're upset. And it's like, hey, I gotta tell you why that feeling right there, nah, brother, you gotta get over that. You ate yours. Move on. Go do something else. You know, that's an invalid feeling of emotion. You know, there's times where I think, yes, belittling the way that someone feels about a certain thing, not the best thing in the world to do. But in a lot of situations, you're doing someone a favor, all right? By like, hey man, I think this feeling you're feeling, you should probably move on. You know, man, I really want to text her. I know that she broke up with me and told me not to call her again. I know that, like, oh, if I do this, but like, I'm just so fucking in love with her. I'm not going to encourage that. I'm not going to encourage someone's emotions into them being a stalker. You know, like, there's plenty of times to say, hey, like, dude, let's reel it in. And the best thing I can do for you as a buddy is tell you, hey, get over it. Just get over it and just move on. You know, that's a really good lesson I learned in my late 20s there. So, you know, I will say that, like, there's a lot of times where of my, oh my god, I'm really feeling really intense about this thing. Like, belittle the actions, but not necessarily the thoughts and feelings. But saying belittle is different from tempering, right? We can say belittle, and that sounds way more fiery. If we say something like, it's time to temper the thoughts and the feelings. All right, like, I'm not belittling the thoughts and the feelings. I'm telling this person, like, hey, I think the best thing for you to do is not to act on what you want to do, right? And we say the actions here. It's the emotion that is propelling the action, right? That is inspiring them to take that action. So I'm going to address the thoughts and the feelings, you know? I think that's fine. But as with everything, it's nuance, man. Like, that's the thing, is like, we can't give an absolute black or white. It's always about the nuance, you know? If we're assuming that this is a victim who is going through some intense thoughts and feelings, okay, it's time to probably not belittle that, and instead be like, hey, if you want to vent, all that stuff, I'm here for you, you know? It's not like that. But if it's in the case of like, I don't like these guys, and therefore I am so fired up that I'm going to do something really stupid. It's not belittling the thoughts and the feelings. What it's doing is you're helping somebody to deal with it. Yeah, that's why people say stuff like "let cooler heads prevail." Yep. And as somebody who's faced a lot of online ridicule, who deals with a lot of people saying really stupid shit about the eye patch and everything, I gotta move the fuck on. The only thing that's helped me get to where I am today, where, like, you know, I mean, Vagabond is close to $500,000 in total project revenue. It was the fact of I tried to let that shit roll off my back, and I just kept on keeping on and making shit. That's what you gotta do. Emotions, yeah, man, you're gonna feel them. One of the best things you can do is to not let it take control of you. Like, that's it. Feel them. The emotions are valid. We're not getting into like a toxic masculinity thing of like, no, man, emotions are fucking gay. No, it's not like that. Okay? It's a thing of like, man, you feel it. Yeah, that sucks. Or, you know, but you gotta learn how to roll with the punches, you know? Discernment. Yeah, I would say discerning what is or is not, you know, time to act on something is, yeah, your emotions are pretty gay. Hey, that's all good. It's more so whenever they are propelling you into acting, whenever they are propelling you to act in a way that is harmful to the self, you know? Yeah, know how to pick your battles. Yep. Allow yourself to feel them and control yourself in the presence and act in denial that they exist are quite different. Yeah, yes, absolutely. But yeah, I think kind of going back on it and like giving you those examples, it's like, this is, and I guess part of the reason kind of building off of all this into this, here we go, like game design chats eventually turn into just life chats, kind of reeling this back. A game cannot introduce something that will fix social issues. It doesn't do that. And it's very strange to me that people keep trying to propose things like Dungeons and Dragons as some kind of a miracle cure for behavior issues, for some kind of incredible team building exercise. They can be good for that. They can be good for that. You're designing shit. I am designing shit. This is my thought process. And this all kind of loops back into encounter design. I think people got the impression that there is some way that we can say, okay, well, I'm all encounters should basically be we're flipping 2 coins. And whoever rolls heads most wins. Which I don't think that's interesting. Like, whoever wins the first coin flip goes first. And then, okay, you flipped, you got heads, cool, you did damage. This other guy goes, he flips tails, oh no, he's behind. This other guy goes, he flips tails, okay, well, nothing's gone on. Going over to the other guy, he flipped heads, okay, you did 1 damage. Like, this is it quote unquote theoretically balanced? Yes. But it's boring as shit. You know, like, it's just not, it's not interesting. And I think so much more of the interest in design comes down to just embracing the fact of, like, we can't guarantee a numerical quantifiable balance. It's not a thing. And I am all ears. If somebody can give me a game right now that has absolutely proposed perfect, and I mean perfect, balance in combat, give me one. Let me see it. Can anybody in chat, we got 53 of y'all in here, can anybody give me a rock, paper, scissors? Chess doesn't have that. Yep. Rock, paper, scissors. And how interesting is rock, paper, scissors? Monopoly. Monopoly is an interesting case. I would actually really love, I would love to sit down with somebody like, who am I thinking? Like Cole Worley, like board game designers. And like, I want to talk Monopoly. I'm going to be like, okay, why are you dropping your voice like that? What? Why are you prodding? What? I'm just talking with emphasis and should I just talk right here and keep the pitch right here the whole time? I'm sorry, with that.
Dwarf goblins.
Dungeon Master Breeder. You're already on thin ice. Okay. Well, let's see where this shit goes. We've got game masters in Vagabond, not dungeon masters. Oh man, yeah, that kind of fucked up my usual habit on how I greet newcomers. Overbalance is 100% a thing. Yep, it gets to a point of where something's just not interesting. It's not interesting. And people have got to understand that asymmetry is absolutely just a thing that creates more interest in a game. More variance, more interesting shit. Like, Magic the Gathering has been debating about what mechanics are interesting versus balanced versus whatever for a long ass time. And it's actually, this is part of the reason why they rotate shit out. They have fan lists, you know. They have their different formats for how people can play the game differently. Yeah, they need stakes and odds to overcome. Yep. Bingo bango. So, I say all that to say, and nobody's come up with a Have a Better Wish video for me yet. I cannot find it in a Google search at all. Girl, have a better wish. I can't find this. I swear her name was like Maria something. It was like Maria Prosper or something like that. And she was responding to someone leaving a hate comment on one of her videos, and it was so fucking funny. Okay. Solved formats, yeah. Okay. So there was I was working on this as kind of an article, but the more I started writing it, the more I was like, this probably should be listed as some kind of a... Yeah, let me put this here. This probably should be listed in the rulebook somewhere. I'll kind of go through this and see if it's really worth kind of throwing in, but I've also thought that, like, it might just kind of be a thing where I say, hey, threat level's a ballpark. You got to understand there's no way to mathematically create a perfect encounter. It's not a thing. So I'm going to read this. Yeah, action economy is king. Kind of formatting it to where it looks a little bit better. There we go. Four. At least there are some very good clips that came out of that I think, I don't know, it might inspire a fucking article or two. Let's see how many journalists I can piss off before Gen Con, huh? Alright. So I say, in this section, I'm trying to see if this is going to be really worth adding in here. It was really just this last kind of part in here that was most of what the quote-unquote article was. Here, let me do this.
Dwarf goblins.
Awkward Parakeet, hey, welcome. Hey, you've been in the Discord for a second and you weren't subbed over here? I guess it's fair, I haven't streamed in a second, so I can't really talk shit. Okay. Encounter design practices. Remember a few things when designing encounters for Vagabond. 1. Heroes are most likely taking the first turn. 2. Action economy is king. 3. Players create heroes to fulfill a power fantasy. 4. Your enemies are not as important to the story as heroes. 5. Combat is intended to reach a resolution within roughly 2 to 3 rounds, most likely 2 rounds for smaller encounters. Action economy is king. When heroes get the first turn, the action economy of Vagabond still dictates they only have an action and move. They may have other features that allow them to do things on the enemy's turn, but generally, you can count on them getting no more actions than there are heroes. This is the strength of mana. Most heroes are limited to attacking a single target, and we can count on them likely taking out one enemy per action without blowing through resources. Heroes are designed to kill at least 1 minion per action, assuming the minion has about 4 hit points per level of the heroes. The sprawl of damage dice would give the impression that heroes are on average dealing around 3.3 damage per attack, however certain abilities like Rogue Sneak Attack push this average closer to 4.5. Spells that deal damage are only dealing 3.5, with mana increasing that output by 3.5 per mana spent to increase it. Spellcasters are also equipped with an area of effect creation, meaning we consider this to be effectively multiplied by the number of targets affected. So, what this is saying in here is essentially like, it depends on the hero's choices as to what they're going to do. If someone decides to go glass cannon, and they're like, I'm not going to use any mana until the final boss, and then I'm just going to spend everything on it. Okay, well that means all we can really reliably count on that guy doing the entire time is maybe 3.5 damage with little freebie cast spells, you know? They're just dealing damage output, damage output, damage output, whatever. And like, okay, that's fine if they want to do it that way. But that's not really, like, if they're playing that way, but there's other people who are deciding, I do want to deal 3.5, but I want to try and take out the 5 guys right there that are barricading the door. I'm going to have to cast it as a sphere. So then, like, they do it that way. There's people who play a variety of different ways. Peter from Elsewhere had a good video about turn number. Either you wrap up after 3 turns or add a new complication that escalate. Yeah, I mean, there are things, that's why like stakes or a progress clock on the encounter, if it goes beyond, you know, X amount of whatever, I think that in some ways you could look at Eat the Reich as like one of the best like scenario engines, because Eat the Reich does have that, it's a tracker, but it's a clock. At the end of the day, it's a progress clock. And all of their successes lead to the event initially ending, or finally ending, right? They're able to wrap it up, and whatever they've done has satisfied it to the point of, yes, this scenario is concluded, and we're moving on, you know? Whenever you have a tactical war game, it's the kind of thing where, like, whenever you throw in the storytelling element, if it were just player versus player, like Warhammer, you know, then there's an expectation of, okay, there's probably some balancing that's involved to make it a more competitive and interesting game, you know. And in that balancing, this is like unit versus unit. We want to make sure that this thing can bend the rules, but not break the game in half, you know. And by bending the rules, sometimes it's we introduce this one cool rule, this thing gets to do that, but in a slightly different way that's interesting, you know. And figuring out how you can bend it in a way that still evokes interesting play without breaking the game in half is where I think the balancing really matters, you know. But you want to figure out how they're going to be able to bend it without breaking it, because the bend is where all the interesting shit happens in the game. Perhaps worth mentioning, notably harder encounters benefit from more elaborate scenery or setup in the adventure the players can leverage. I think it's fair. Like, yeah, like, if you know it's going to be harder, make sure there's stuff in there that they could potentially subvert it with. Sure. But this all feels like general kind of... how do I put it? This all feels like stuff that should go in a Game Master book rather than the core rulebook. You know? Give them a lava pit. Yeah. Give them stuff that's like, hey, here's other shit you can use other than what's on your class features. Because I don't think it's the game that lacks interest. It's that, like, the encounters that people are running don't feel interesting because they're not considering things like the environment whenever they build the encounter out. You know? Like, give me something cool. It doesn't even have to be the secret key, you know? Would I ever do, like, a DM guide? I would like to at some point. I think that it's probably worth it to do like a DM, like zine, perhaps. Because the other thing with that is I have to acknowledge that, like, most of what I would tell people would just kind of be the way that I run games. And I don't want to really make the assertion that, like, I run the best RPG tables ever. It's not like that. I would love to bring in somebody like Prismatic Wisdom. You know, the Prismatic Wastelands guy. I think that Prismatic Wisdom is one of the best Game Master books that's ever been published. For real. I really like Justin Alexander's So You Want to Be a Game Master, but it is more 5e focused, I think. But you made the game? Yeah, but everybody's gonna have their own, like... Everybody's gonna have their own vibe to running a table, you know? Like, as far as a Game Master guide goes, it's like, kind of the stuff I already put in this book, you know? Like, kind of what I feel I would give would be, like, advice. And I don't know how to make that comprehensive, you know? I'm already not a Game Master advice channel on YouTube. Like, that's already super not me. Prismatic Wisdom exists as a PDF, does it? Yes. Yeah, to get the book and the PDF, you've got to go to Exalted Funeral. To just get the PDF, it's over on Prismatic Wisdom, or Wasteland site. Where is just the PDF? Wow, shit, they have a wide variance in cost. But man, it's on like 4 different storefronts right now. Do you have to buy the book to get the PDF? How do you just buy the PDF? Includes PDF. Includes PDF. I would really hope you could just do a... You could just buy the PDF. I mean, I highly recommend it. It's genuinely one of my favorite reads I ever did in the RPG scene. I think it's essentially a perfect Dungeon Master's Guide. It doesn't make any assumptions about what system you're running. I think it comes through an OSR lens, but everything that's in there applies really well to any game you want to run. I think there's only like one article in there that I disagreed with, and it was what was it? Like, all games are inherently political, and it's the reason I disagree with it is because I believe that they were conflating political agenda with political, what was it? No, political theme versus political ideology. And that's the thing that you'll notice a lot of the things that I bitch about are like people just assuming things and just having arguments about complete miscommunication. Like, it doesn't help that some of some of the people bitching the most about it are right-wing grifters that are just absolute dog shit, like peanut brain morons. There is a distinction between a game having political themes versus a game having a political ideology and being outspoken about that ideology. You know, like if something is promoting that, yes, we are a how do I put it? Well, like, the game is being let's say the game is being inclusive. They're making a stance toward let's say more diversity in the artwork, and that seems to really, really upset somebody. Well, why does it upset them? It kind of gets at the core of it, right? Like, okay, you tell me, why is this upsetting to you? Well, they're making everything gay, and that's political ideology. Okay, well, if you're telling me to quote unquote keep the politics out of the game, you seem to be really, really pushing for your politics to suppress this person's politics. So it's not that you want to keep politics out of the game. It's that you don't agree with the politics of the person who made the thing, right? And I don't necessarily think that it's a political thing to just include gay characters in the artwork. What the fuck? I maybe if somebody made a game that was like, this is about the I'm trying to think of a game concept that is so outlandishly like anti-gay or about oppressing gay representation. I don't know. I'm just trying to say something where it was like, maybe you could push that. I don't know. It's so absurd to me to think that you would get pissed off about gay rep in artwork. I think if you're saying that basically the only artwork that they're including in this game that is about action is just a bunch of pictures of like 2 men kissing, then it's kind of like, well, that would be an odd art direction choice that they would be taking for doing that. And that would probably be performative, right? But like, that's not the totality of the art. It's like there was one section where they were talking about romance, and you all decided to make a huge sweeping generalization about the art of the entire book. I'm like, wait, what? All things are made through a political lens, but that is simply part of having a perspective in general and making something. Like, I don't think that. So the reason why I disagree with Prismatic Wisdom is because I think Prismatic Wisdom was conflating the idea of political theme with political ideology, right? And I'm like, okay, so a game can have political themes, and it's not a quote-unquote political. It's not really aligning itself to a political ideology. I disagree that all pieces of art are inherently political. I think that you can make something apolitical. I mean, Tetris? Unless, was that like a, I don't know, was Tetris actually a critique of like the Russian fucking oppression or something, the USSR? I don't know. Like, you can absolutely make things that are apolitical. Not everything is a statement piece or a moral failure. Yeah. Is Mario really making a political stance by saying that kidnapping is bad? I mean, I don't know. Was Mario a cab? I don't know. There might even be an argument to be made that Mario was the police. Oh shit. Oh shit. Now we're doing those like 2012 Mario was actually the bad guy fucking bits. Technically, I don't think that anything I don't think that everything is inherently political. In the original game manual, all the bricks you break are people. Wait, in fucking Tetris? What? What? I don't know if you're fucking with me. Hang on. The history is deeply in... What? Oh, fuck out of here. Mario? Oh, Mario. Okay. Mario is a total cop protecting the monarchical status quo. Wait, while Tetris is a simple puzzle game on its surface, its history is deeply intertwined with geopolitics. Created in 1984 by Alexei Pachnov, the game's licensing rights became the center of an intense Cold War-era struggle involving the Soviet government, foreign entrepreneurs, and the KGB. At the time of its creation... Wait, this is like... No, this isn't that the game is political, it's that politics got a hold of this thing that they were like, this is going to be big. At the time of its creation, Soviet law dictated that all intellectual property belonged to the state. Because, yeah, this is not... Oh my god. Again, it's like the game wasn't making a political statement. Fucking Russia grabbed a hold of it and they were like, what the... Let's just pretend that Mario's occupation as a plumber was just a forefront for them. Yeah. I don't agree that all things are made through a political lens. I am uncomfortable with the idea that anything that explores psychological or philosophical themes is also political by default. Yep. Like, and also just because a law could be made to like, oh, a law should be made to prevent this thing from occurring, which occurs in this game, then it's like, no, that's politics happening to game, not game inherently being political. Like, I disagree with this. I hear so many people that like try to grandstand about how like all games are inherently political, and I'm like, my dude, you're not really addressing the core buffoonery of the proposition of keep your politics out of my game. The buffoonery there is that that's not what they're masking their real intent, and it's just that they disagree with your politics and they're trying to act like they're being apolitical and you're being cringe. That's what the fucking problem is. Stop trying to make it sound like all games are inherently political. Instead, attack the fact that this guy's an idiot. Bully him, you know? Like, fucking make fun of him. Come on! He's not gonna read your goddamn think piece about, you know? Art and how it moves through the world is affected by politics. Yeah, it is. Yep, anything that has a cultural influence can be subjected, and probably will be subjected, to political influence. But again, that does not inherently mean that the game is political, right? I think the reason that everything is political is that nothing escapes the era we live in. No matter how hard we try to create something neutral, our own ideologies, and the ideologies other times will inevitably be tied to this work. I don't necessarily think that that's 1000% correct. I think it is very possible. I'll give you a modern example. Balatro. Is there... And no, just because it has the hanging chat in there doesn't mean that it's political. Balatro is an apolitical game. It's not trying to make some grand statement. It's just an experience. It became political whenever people tried to say that it was a gambling game, right? That was not the game being political. It was politics happening to the game. So, like, like, this is where I just don't understand how people can't make the distinction. It's like, this wasn't a political game. It was politics being forced on a game, right? Have we considered the political meaning of a bunch of vagabonds being hired to break into other people's property to kill the occupants and loot their stuff? Yeah, again, it's always like, oh, are we really the bad guys? Like, it's like, yeah, you know, we had that grand revelation about 20 plus years ago. Like, yeah, so like, this is one of the things I keep constantly thinking about whenever I see people push these articles like, all games are inherently political. I'm like, I just fucking disagree with the assertion to its core, you know? Like, I don't think that a work has to inherently be political for idiots who say keep your politics out of my game to be refuted. It's refuted by the mere fact of it's a fucking idiot making the argument. It's refuted by that's not, you can read into what they're saying and determine this motherfucker is just mad because two gay black dwarves are kissing in this book. And you address it at that. If you think you're the hero in a TTRPG, you probably aren't. Well, there you go. Yeah, it's one of those things that has always bothered me about the way that TTRPG discourse goes on. If everything is political, then it's meaningless. I mean, feel free to expand on that if you'd like, but I don't think that all games and art are inherently political in the sense that they're trying to communicate the creator's beliefs. It's just that one's ideology can deeply affect how a project can turn out. Yes. Now, keyword there, can deeply. Can deeply, not does deeply, right? That's the thing though, gambling regulation has been all about control over how people spend their time and what that entails. Right, but what I'm saying is the gambling regulation happened to Balatro, not like Balatro making a statement on gambling regulation, right? Because like, I don't think that the game was making any kind of a statement on politics. I don't think the game had an ideology. It's that ideology happened to the game. Politics are very important to the history of art in general, and the two are definitely intertwined, but to say that one must be the other is a stretch. Yes. Is all this a subtle way to say that the noble class deals with politics? It actually doesn't. It deals with the idea of respect. respect and you just being a, like, awe-inspiring presence. But it did make a statement about gambling that it's fun. Yeah, I guess, you know, it really enforces that, like, scared money don't make money shit, right? Oh, man. Yeah, this is kind of one of those things that kind of consistently keeps coming up in the RPG discourse that I'm always like, I just disagree, and I think that people are conflating about 4 different fucking things and assuming what one person says is like that they absolutely 1000% understand everything that they read online, and they're like, well, I need to show you why this person's wrong. You can absolutely just refute those idiot motherfuckers by saying you're a dipshit who is trying to inject your own politics into the game, and you're super upset about seeing 2 dudes put their tongues in each other's throats. Like, fucking, okay, get over it. Why you gotta make a 45-minute YouTube video about this goddamn JPEG? Like, that's weirder. It's like, you're a goddamn 60-year-old man out here spending your twilight years all pissy because they made 2 gay black dwarves. Very strange. I'm like, that's... you, dude, you gotta find a better hobby. My wife divorced me over my Balatro addiction. Why would Balatro do this? Right? Although, you might have made the right choice. I'm more upset all the tieflings we saw are elven or human made. They couldn't be any base race. I have no dog in that fight. I do need food. That doesn't mean I gotta quit streaming. I just realized I ate leftover pizza like 6 hours ago, and I am fucking hungry again. You frankly just try to incorporate fictional fantasy politics in my sessions and avoid contemporary politics altogether unless appropriate for the setting. Well, see, like, well, right there, right, that's political as theme, not game as ideology, right? That is politics as a theme for a game scenario. It is not that the game itself is injecting an ideology, right? That's what so many people misunderstand about the argument. This is the sad reality for a lot of those marginalized groups. Our lives in general are made political as a tool of control. Everything we do is micromanaged as a means of control. Yeah, like, I understand that, and I'm like, I'm saying what I'm saying from the standpoint of I don't see identity as a political, like, it shouldn't be political, right? I'm not viewing it like, I'm viewing it from the perspective of, like, I don't think having a black character in your book is you making a political statement. Like, I don't think simply the mere fact of, like, a dwarf was black in your book is a political statement. I don't get that. I don't understand how the fuck, like, it, because it's not. And if you are engineered to the point of seeing a black person in a book and thinking, oh, this is lib shit, that's actual fucking, that's some deep-seated fucking racism in there. Like, oh Christ. If they're saying something like, let's just say, yes, this is contemporary Europe, and it is completely bleached white, and then suddenly they have a black character in the book, a part of me is kind of like, maybe it's like an art direction thing that you go, hey, you know, the setting is like all white people, right? But like, I don't know, and this is just me looking at it from a, like, how do I possibly see the flip side of the argument here? You know, what kind of what does it take to see the flip side where it's like, what is that other extreme, right? What are they proposing is the correct way to go about that? You know, like, that's yeah. taking a colorblind stance is not really productive in making a change, because as much as the right claims they hate it, they thrive off of identity politics, making it us versus them. It's not that I'm taking a colorblind stance, it's that I'm saying it shouldn't really matter, right? What I'm saying is, like, someone's identity shouldn't be a factor into whether or not the game is political, is what I'm saying. It's not saying like, oh, well, I don't see color. No, it's a thing of, I mean, not only do I see it, I tell, like, hey, we gotta get some more rep going on in the book, you know? Like, like, I see it, and we should embrace that, you know? The whole, like, I don't see color thing is such a strange pushback against, like, oh, I'm not racist, I don't see color. I'm like, yeah, I don't think that's the, I don't really think that's the response there, you know? And I don't really know why people have run with that. Like, I just, it's like, okay, you don't see color, but, like, I think the thing would be like, well, we embrace the diversity and, like, all right, we're here for it. I think what you could do is, like, if somebody were to, yeah, that's the thing. They get weird about it. Yeah. I think that there could be a possible argument about how, like, sexuality being a thing in, like, I kind of think that, like, at 13, kids should be aware of what their junk is, you know, and probably call it something more mature than junk, if they're talking about it properly. And, like, they're already aware. Some boys like boys, some boys like girls, some girls like girls, some girls like boys, and some people just don't like anybody, and that's fine. And that's fine. And, like, I think that suppressing, like, sexual education is going to get to a point of where kids aren't aware that some creepo is probably doing something nasty, you know? By 13, you should have learned Forge? What? Is that dwarf code? That feels very dwarven society. By the age of 13, you should have easily forged at least your first sword. Like, you're thinking around 10 minimum. I mean, like, I guess not to really bring up anything with my family life and everything, but, like, my niece and nephew are 7 and 5, and they're aware of what their stuff is, you know? Like, they're aware. And they're also aware that, hey, their mom and their dad got married because they were straight and they loved each other. All right? Woo! Big fucking crazy revelation there, right? And then what happened naturally was they started to ask, well, why don't boys and boys get married? And then my sister and brother-in-law told them, hey, sometimes they do. You know, and, like, that's fine. So, like, I think assuming that all children are just fucking dummies about this shit until some evil, corrupt gay man comes in and tells them, hey, actually, that's called a penis. It's absurd. It's absolutely fucking absurd. Hey, oh, speaking of family, hi, Mom. It's like you speak of the devil and she shall appear, huh? It's the best tool of keeping kids safe. It's one of them. Yeah, it's very strange that this has been a thing that they've latched onto as a pushback against, like, representation of any kind of sexuality in the game. Oh shit, Maxwell. Hey. What'd you walk into? See, typically, okay. So I have a great little I have a great thing I try to talk to people about in the community, or, like, in the general RPG space, that I specifically call the why would my mom care rule? Okay, and you're great for, yeah. You're like, you see it. Okay, so it's called the would my mom care rule. Okay, so I'll show you something. Here, you guys can see this happen live. Hey, Mom. So did you know that there was a piece of artwork in this book called the what was it? This something at Strixhaven? Strixhaven, A Curriculum of Chaos, where there were two gay elves kissing? Did you know about this, Mom? And like, people are very, very upset at these two characters. Oh, no, they weren't even kissing, they were dancing. And people are very upset about this. And apparently this means that the game has gone woke, and that the children who play the game are now going to turn gay and immediately just start like craving dicks. Madness. Now, this is the thing. I'm like, my guys, people in the real world, yeah, people are stupid and need to get a life. People in the real world don't give a fuck. They see people that get pissy with this, and the thing that most of us, like rational people, are going to see that as is, that's insane that you let a hobby get you that fucking worked up to go and get pissy about some gay characters in the artwork. Terminally online, yeah, but like, there are people who take that to an extreme of like forging an entire fucking identity around hunting down like brown and black people in artwork in D&D books. It's fucking insane. And I'm like, genuinely, you have to understand why other people would see that, especially from the outside looking in, and be like, dude, you we gotta snap you back to reality, man. You know, and like, these are also the kinds of things that like, it's like, I can talk about it with like the D&D community and people will understand like, hey, like, this is kind of, yeah, because we're in it, right? But like, I don't bring this stuff up with like people who I know probably don't care, you know? Or like, it doesn't have any impact on their fucking lives. It doesn't, it doesn't, you know? Like, the Hadesy thing. The Hadesy thing was a major controversy in the RPG scene, all right? But like, I don't go and talk about it with my mom, because like, it's like, she doesn't fucking care. And like, I could explain, you know, the issue of it, but like, there's kind of levels that we have to understand in bringing normies into the scene. Like, hey, there's some stuff that I have to think about. Should it piss me off that somebody made a video where, this guy was all pissy about this, the artwork in here being more, and I'm like, look, this guy is going to get a video that has 800 people watching it, and that maybe gets like 40 comments that are like, oh yeah, wait, the orcs in this are Mexicans now, and that's really well, what? And I'm like, okay, well, like, that can exist as its own little cesspit, I guess, but like, me bitching about it, like, it's just not gonna do anything. Like, I can't affect the change there, you know? I can go, haha, laugh at this fool, but like, I mean, what the fuck? It's only gonna bring more attention to that person's channel, so like, that's what they're doing it for. You know what rich you would be if you could make a game that would determine someone's sexuality? Yeah, I think we call that Glitter Hearts. I think the game already exists. No, wait. Oh, fuck, I missed it. I could have said, yeah, we call that Undertale. Ah, fuck! Shit. Oh, there were so many good opportunities in there. Yeah, here you go, Mom. It's, Fuck. I should have gone for the Undertale thing. Yeah. No, Undertale was objectively funnier on that. The Glitter Hearts might be the game that actually turns you gay, though. There you go. It's by a buddy of mine, Greg Leatherman. Yeah, it's magical girl fight game. Very great. Did Undertale make you gay? Still haven't played it. Still straight. I guess we'll find out. Yeah, that game made some of y'all want to fuck skeletons, alright? Homestuck, Undertale, Star Trek. Okay, wait. Has Star Trek been accused of turning people gay? That's very funny if that's the case. I have not. I've watched a little bit of Star Trek. I haven't really watched the entire. Star Trek is very woke. Star Trek also has one of the. I have to agree that like a lot of Star Trek must be great because there was a line. You might be getting another son-in-law. Is that what you're saying? Star Trek has a scene that I think it is the best description. As someone who has dealt with nicotine addiction ever since I was like 17, it is probably the best description I've ever heard about smoking a cigarette. And I was like, oh, holy shit. And the line was, what was it? Like, it's as if I've been standing my entire life and someone offered me a seat. And I'm like, holy shit, that is the most poetic way I've ever heard getting a nicotine hit. Yeah, 500 cigarettes. Yeah, where is that fucking scene? I love, I haven't watched Star Trek, but it's things like this that make me think I definitely should. Yeah. Watch this get the stream shut down. Let me see. Oh, that's gonna turn up the music. Yeah, here. This fucking scene. That's from the Orville? Wait, what? That's not from Star Trek? Oh, wait, these guys are supposed to look like Klingons, and they're not Klingons. Oh, fuck. I thought it was Star Trek, and it just got this insane. It's a Star Trek parody? Fuck! Well, you'll just... Now I'm no longer interested in Star Trek. This...
What is it? It is called a cigarette.
The aroma is most pleasing.
Yes. Dr. Finn says it is the result of... What are you doing?
I was curious to taste it.
It is not food. 500 cigarettes. Dr. Finn said the tip is to be ignited and the smoke inhaled.
The sensation is wonderful.
500 cigarettes. I have never experienced such a flavor. 500 cigarettes.
I feel as if I have been standing my entire life and I just sat down.
What a fucking line, though. Oh my god. I have never heard anyone describe it quite like that. And my mom currently is quitting Zines right now. So I'm sure that was not helpful. Oh shit. I meant to get on here and do shit tonight, and now I've just been a jackass for the last hour and a half. So there's that. It doesn't adhere to Star Trek lore in the slightest. I see it more as a spiritual successor. Bad Son. Hey, I don't think she would necessarily say that. Let me get to Here, we gotta get back in on this. 2 hours of dev. We've done that where it was just suddenly like, man, we talked shit for like 3 hours, and then it was like in the last 30 minutes we actually like got 20 pages of work done. Man, what do I want? It's late. Okay, so is the Discord link invalid? It's discord.gg/land of the blind. He's the best son I've ever had. Well, shucks, you know. Thanks, Mom. But I guess it's simultaneously the best and the worst, so it's not really saying much. It won't exist after today because of that clip. Oh, no, it'll be fine. We just cut it. Jaeger99, hey, welcome. I don't want pizza. I could get tacos Don Francisco's yet again for like the 40th fucking time in the last 2 months. No, not KFC. God, I actually felt like, you know that water in your mouth feeling whenever you feel like, oh, I'm kind of possibly going to throw up? I just saw KFC and that happened, and I was like, I don't think that was a reasonable reaction to that. A great night. Hey, love you too, Mom. You can make an Italian grilled cheese, fold the pizza in half. That is just... Isn't that just a calzone? That's just a calzone. Italian grilled cheese, you're not making up new shit. That's literally already another food item. Do I get a... Not the sandwich debate? What, is pizza a sandwich? Is that the question? Why do we gotta put labels on everything? God, I don't know. Okay, we'll get some work done, and then I'll see if I'm still hungry in like 30 minutes. It's only a calzone if it's sealed. I suppose. Okay, so I saw that. I had this whole article typed out. I feel like I don't really need to throw this in. I feel like I don't need to throw this in. And I kind of just feel like... I mean, the only advice I would really tell people in here is like, I feel like this is a long about way to saying like, you will have minions and you will have bosses. And like, you are going to understand that there is a distinction between the minions who are like tiny little 1 hit point guys. And then you understand that there are different, like maybe mini bosses who are, oh, okay, well, we're the 10 hit point guys. And then you're going to have your boss, who's the one guy who has like 30 hit points and deals, whatever, right? Like, I think we can understand there's a meaningful difference between the three, but I don't think that it's like... I don't think that it's really adding anything to this whole exposition in here. Even for the newer players who come into it, I'm like, okay, if you're a newer player, you should probably be a player, not really concerned about encounter design. Grunts, captains, and bosses or whatever. Yeah, you know. And like, most of the time that a new player is coming in here, I'm going to tell them straight up, like, you should probably play solo for a little while. Or play with a group, you know. For a new DM who's kind of hopping into the game, I would say, like, they're probably good at seeing this and understanding, oh, this means this is probably equivalent to 1 second level character. So since they're all first level characters, I might use 2 of those. Maybe. But like offensive DPR, man, even still, this is gonna fuck up a pretty, like, squishy character. Like, yeah, that's gonna hurt. you know, I think that the initial reaction to this might have not really been giving me the feedback on it that I was needing. And I think it might feel like a knee-jerk reaction to suddenly implement all of this text just to tell people why they shouldn't sweat looking at this. You know? I mean, I can't think of too many OSR games that include encounter building in their text. I might have missed if this is in the first book or the spellbook. This is in the bestiary, the core rulebook right now. But I'm thinking about getting rid of all of this. Most of this is summed well by saying build encounters horizontally, not vertically. I really like that. I actually really like the idea of saying, hey, understand where the minions are. Like, let's say at first level, okay, your minions are probably no higher than a threat level 3, or sorry, a threat level 1. Because if we're thinking about one-on-one or whatever, and most likely you're probably going to put like 2.5 of those, 2.5 times more than there are heroes. If you want them to survive for 2 rounds, like, you know, I think it's nice to learn the estimated number of rounds is estimated around 2 to 3. The rest I didn't find interesting or felt like I already saw it in the preamble. This right here, this is kind of already in the preamble. It's not directly stated, but it's implied. Some encounters might end before, or like, some characters might be able to thwart a monster quickly, you know? I straight up say, like, if a combat's gone on for 3 or more rounds, most likely, like, I think most combats are going to get wrapped up in less than 10 minutes. And if they've gone on longer, it's like, okay, there's probably some confusion happening, or I'm not sure. I think it's a reminder about progress clocks for alternative win conditions and threats might be helpful, which I think I would like to incorporate into a Dungeon Master's Guide. And I agree with you, but I think it would be a thing of like, let's talk about encounter building in different ways to make it interesting, you know? Like, or add a gimmick in on top of it, right? You like having it here, there, even if it isn't a bookmark page. Wait, you like having it... Wait, what? You like having it there even if it isn't a bookmark page. What do you mean by number 1 there? Do you mean this page? We're in the preamble. Because I don't totally know what I can intuit from that. Even if it isn't a page I go back every session. What I mean, even if it isn't a page I go back to every session. I kind of feel like I'm getting like 4 incomplete thoughts, and that's kind of confusing me. I like the idea of a table that can give me a ballpark, even if I don't use it every time. There we go. Yes. I do think this is showing people how the sausage is made. That's showing people how threat level is determined. It is, I just tried to figure out what is the average amount of health that they would have versus, you know, yeah. 1 to 2. Or 0. And even still to this day, I look at it and I'm like, man, I don't know. I'm thinking part of it's jank. It's like, I know the calculations were working to... It favors defenses really hard. Don't overbalance, lean into power fantasy, build horizontally, and give interesting environments and support. Man, I try to stick to if nothing else. Yeah, I'm like... I'm so much more. Players are going to be happier if you're giving them a lot of shit for them to use their features on. Do not do the completely symmetrical thing of like, hey, there's threat level 1 enemies. There's 4 of you guys, so that means there's going to be 4 of these guys. Haha, it's a fair fight. That drives me insane. Don't do that. Like, I will be straight up. Never design an encounter to be balanced. Design an encounter to be interesting. And like, if it's going to be asymmetrical, like that you do overwhelm them, okay, make it cool somehow to where they might be able to get an edge. And don't just do it in one way. Be more willing to say yes. You know? Players are going to remember the times they, as level 4 heroes, walked up on 2 unsuspecting goblins, who will also remember the time they walked into its entire camp at level 1. Yep. Armor is scarier than damage. A monster that shrugs off damage, but has a dagger, is scarier than a giant that dies in 2 hits. Sure. Right. I would say that that's mostly accurate. I would say it's mostly accurate. Usually because the action economy is going to mean that they can blast down the giant super quick if they wanted to. I still think the most important thing, and I'm not really going to... I don't know. I don't think I should include this in this book. It'll go in a Game Master's Guide. This is like the most important thing. Like, this one line of text is my response to like so many people that get worried about like, oh, well, it doesn't seem like the combat is interesting. Most of that perception comes down to, oh, my enemy didn't get to stick around and do the cool big thing. That's too bad. Your enemy is not interesting if there was only, number one, like, there was only one of them that you had prepped, and only one of them could do the one big thing. You should do a prelude. This thing was charging up an attack. You guys stopped it in time. Oh, shit. We don't know what that was. Yeah, I know. And secretly you're like, there's 4 more in another room later. Like, okay. Unarmored enemies should probably have a lot more hit points than armored. Wow, than an armored enemy at the same threat level. Yeah, I'd agree. Channeling your energy to Kickstarter so they release funds. So I have an update on that. Actually, this would be funny. Let's see. Hang on. You guys will get my facial reaction. All right. Let's see. You guys can judge from my facial reaction if the funds have hit my account yet. Ready? I got the email from Kickstarter that they were sending it over. I saw the amount that's been sent so far, so I'm just waiting on the bank to process it. I swear my bank is just kind of like, every once in a while they're like, holy shit, wait, this is coming in. Okay, and that's gone. Okay, now, wait, what's coming in? Okay, okay, that's gone. All right, what's that? So I think that the bank is kind of used to giving me a call and being like, Mr. Pounds, how much coke are you selling? You know? But like we seem to be on pretty good yeah, I think they see it coming in from Kickstarter and they're like, okay, we get what's going on now at this point. But yeah, I can never help, like, I always think whenever there's like a 6-figure amount showing up in the bank, that they're just going to be like, kick it back. Ooh. Not even thinking that like they're probably dealing with like 7 to 8 figures, most likely like every day. So I don't know. Like, it always kind of worries me that the bank is going to see it and be like, no, Mr. Pound should not have that much money. Kick it back. Like, that's not a Taron amount of money. Oh. But yeah, your enemies are not important as the heroes. This is like my number one thing that, like, if I could just beat this into every fucking game master's brain, it would be this right here. Because, like, whenever people seem to complain about, like, combat is so fast that, like, my enemies don't get to do the cool shit, I'm like, your enemies don't matter. Your enemies are there for the heroes to do this. Like, they're there for them to solve a puzzle, and the puzzle is, how do I kill this thing? You know, or I guess, how do I seduce it? Whatever your table is doing, you know. But, like, this is the key thing right here. I don't get why more people seem to be super hung up on. As a game master, your enemies are not, like, if you want the enemies to be this big, intimidating, what the fuck ever, and they're very important to your story, write a fucking book. Anime shit, that's what this is for. Right? They do the anime shit with this, and these are their dummies they get to do that shit on. You know? Like, that's the intent. That is the play cycle, and the reason why they get abilities. Right? I'm like, yeah. I don't. Does this make sense? Is this just am I just seeing it more as somebody who is, like, very in the RPG sphere? I'm not even saying that antagonist can be interesting either, but all that can be done before you start an encounter as a means to add to it. Yeah. You saw the dragon go in and spit out a cloud of gas that just killed a whole village. Okay, shit. Like, that's rough. That's all you need, man. Does that need to go off in the combat? I don't think it's necessarily interesting that you guys took damage and you're now sickened. That's not interesting. That's why I give dragons the wind-up. Like, that's what is so cool. They get the wind-up to telegraph the bad shit's about to happen, and now there's an interesting decision that gets made. Burst it down real quick or fucking hide. You know, burst it down, shut it down, or hide. And, like, that's so much more interesting than just, now this thing spits out this gas at you. Everyone save. Okay, cool. Let's move on. Like, I don't see the hang up here. I think with this philosophy, the combat gets to be more interesting. Later, Onyx. The combat gets to be more interesting because, like, the players are getting to use their cool shit more often. And, like, they stay the center focus. And your enemies should not have the spotlight in the way that the heroes do. I feel like this is, like, if there was one tip I could give, it would be this right here. Like, I could only make one GM tip video. It would be straight up saying that, like, hey, these are... Yeah. So is this... Can I... Oh, are you leaving, Maxwell? Oh, wait, I should check. Did you send me anything yet? Okay. Usually you pop in the chat and I was like, I should go check my Discord in case Maxwell sent me something. I'm not sure how you feel about number 3 personally. I play things that aren't D&D 5e because I don't want to just fulfill a power fantasy. I feel like Vagabond isn't restricted to that playstyle / philosophy. Wait, I'm not sure how you feel about number 3 personally. I play things that aren't D&D 5e because I don't want to just fulfill a power fantasy. I feel like Vagabond isn't restricted to that playstyle / philosophy. I don't think it's restricted to it, but a majority of the features that I design are this. I mean, like, a majority of the features I'm designing are based off of what I see, like what I see people trying to do in a fantasy game, you know? And the power fantasy isn't always just combat. That is also, like, they're doing shit like resourceful. Resourceful is very not survivalist. Resourceful is very much you use luck to arrest agency for a second and do something. Right? Like, There's even... Okay, before I lose this idea, I'm going to type this out. Most people just don't want to roleplay the victim in the RPG. Yes, I would agree with that. Yes. Hang on, copy. I don't know what this would be called, but it's definitely an homage to Triangle Agency in some way. Stat, or what's the matter? Hang on. You want to go outside? Can it be actually, or is punctuation no go to? I don't know. I'm thinking shh. Are you hungry? I don't think you're hungry. You already ate. You need to go outside? Oh, your ear perked up. You want to go outside? You need to go potty? Okay. Okay, hang on. Okay, you want to go outside? Basically, Fabula points within Vagabond. Triangle Agency has something like this, and you're invoking chaos in order to, and the way that it gets described in Triangle Agency is that the agency is actually acting on your behalf to rewrite reality, which it makes a lot of sense for that. Hang on. All right, here. Let me let you outside. Come on. Okay. So, like, this is a more supernatural type of a perk. And it is, like, scene that has already been narrated. Okay. What do I think of Pathfinder 2nd Edition? Not fun to game master, and probably more fun to make characters in it than to actually run it, is where I stand on it. I just don't, I'm not here for the mental load that's required to play the game. Hi. Oh wait, you guys want to see Locke? I'm sure you do. Wait, because you all have been keeping track of how big he is. Alright, you ready? Oh. Look at this boy. He's getting so big. I know. Hi, but oh god, don't do that to the sunburn. Oof. I know. Remember when he was tiny? Hi. I know. Hi, buddy. He's 20 pounds now. Yeah. I know. You want to say hi to the people? Hey, you want to say hi to the people? Yeah. You're hiding behind the microphone. Oh, hi. He is... So he's going to doggy daycare tomorrow. He's going to get his nails trimmed. And he's going to get a bath. A really good bath. Hi. You want to say hi to people? And then he's going to spend time with a trainer for a little bit. And then I think they said you guys are doing doggy popsicles tomorrow. Yeah. You have a spot on your chest. What is that? Hoping that's not a tick. And it gained around 24 kilograms. I think, is that... Wait, in over a year it gained around 24 kilograms. Is that like 50 pounds? I don't know. I don't know that Queen's math. It destroys everything. He's out. He's currently in the biting phase. Yeah. Like, I'm sure. Hi. Yeah. So everything is... He wants to nibble on everything. Right? Alright, are you tired? You feel tired. Alright, it's time for kennel. Hey. Come on. You ready for the kennel? You ready for bedtime? Okay. I don't want to get you excited. Alright, let me go put him up real quick. Come on. Alright. Kennel. Come on. Hey, come on. Nope, it's this way. Come on. I'm just waiting. I know Apollo. It's that time of year right now where cicadas are out, and I am just fully expecting Apollo to march in here with a fucking cicada in his mouth and let it go inside the house. It happens. It's just like a once a year fucking, yeah. Give him a plastic bottle to chew. Puppies love noisy chew toys. Oh yeah, he's got a sword that crinkles up. And he loves that thing. Sorry to repost, but is it chill if I put spellbook changes in the upkeep doc? June, I will say you are going to wind up making a lot of work for yourself that you're going to have to keep redacting and changing. I would say that most of the time that I'm working on spellbook, I'm going to try and do it live. So, like, and people will be able to see the changes as they get implemented in the alpha. So, I'll be up to date on erratas and stuff whenever that's going on. But yeah, it's like, I would just say, save yourself the headache. Like, if you wanted to do it, feel free. But I'm just saying that, like, you probably won't need to. Like, for the people that were around for the playtest phase, I did pretty damn detailed errata docs for every change that was going on. I haven't really on the Printwave 3 because I wasn't really set on too much. But yeah. You're curious to see your take on fancy and casting? You mean like the variant magic system that's going to be in here? I call this something actually. I feel like this should have a. This is funny, but I don't know, this is very funny. I don't know what this is. Dodge reality or parry the world. Hey, did you get a fucking cicada? Is that what you're chewing on? No. Okay. All right. I'm gonna close that back door. World vendor. What was that? Retcon reality. I don't know about luck being the stat for this. And I don't know about 4+. Like, I feel like if you get this, that feels like a luck 7 ability. Fourth wall. Yeah, break the fourth wall. Lucky break. Awareness could be funny. Plot twist is kind of, yeah, but it's not really what this is, right? It's like I feel like this is a funny perk. But I know a guy. Yeah, nope. It's really funny, but it's going to be a nightmare. People asking, hey, can I use this to do so-and-so at every moment? No, I mean, they're going to have to spend the luck to do this. It is Deus Ex Machina. Once per shift or day. It's already tied to a resource with luck. Like, if they did it once per day, okay. But no, this can't be spammed. How easy is it? Easy is it to regain luck? You get it on a crit, but you have to forego the crit, or sorry, you have to forego the luck to use the crit effects. With how easy it is to regain luck, maybe once per scene. Once per scene, you can spend 1 luck to rewrite a detail of how of a scene. Or okay, once per scene. Of that scene. You would just call it retcon. it should say changes made within reason. You go where? It should say changes made within reason. Reality retcon sounds more whimsical. Yeah, retcon reality is it's more of an action. Reality retcon does sound like a name of an ability. A gesture with this would be really funny. Yeah, I would agree. Vend teller. I don't want to overuse the word vend. I feel like that got very, very, very overused with 5th edition homebrew. What's that about? Oh. I saw a bill from Shopify and I was like, wait, what the fuck? It's just my domain renewal. Real Animaniacs energy on this one. Yeah, I mean, this is goofy. And I think if you're going to go with like a jester and you wanted to do this, I feel like Luck 7 is... Yeah, that is like fate and destiny has decided you get to break the fourth wall. That's where I feel like that's a... Okay, yeah, no, for real, you're favored in a way that is... Destiny really likes you. Reality retcon. That is pretty funny. Yeah, it is Toon Force. Yeah. Yeah, Chosen One. I'm trying to remember some of the ones that I put in here that weren't just like we're rewriting integral parts of your traits. Rune Scribe, Rich in Rags, Reality Retcon, Mutant. Mutant does kind of, I mean, Hammerspace comeback? Hammerspace has been in here. It's resourceful. It's resourceful is that's Hammerspace. If you want that, you go get resourceful, you get reality retcon. I mean, you basically got a Toon character. And you just figure out, I think Sorcerer kind of makes a lot of sense there. You go Sorcerer, go get resourceful, get reality retcon. Just trying to think of what else. Oh yeah, and then I forgot about wild magic. Hang on. Boom. Now you need a mutant perk. Even Magnus' old arcane recall can make a return as a perk. I think it can make a great addition as a 10-minute ritual. Usually your action change one of your spells. You can't do so until you rest or take 1 fatigue. Yeah, I guess there's an argument to be made that some of the old features that have been cut could pop in over here as perks. Stats. I don't know for sure what this would be. It's just trained with Arcana. Yeah, it does make sense to be. You need to know a spell to be able to take it, and then woo, we got a little close there, but this tag is gonna be a different size whenever it goes over to the book format. Yeah, that kind of makes sense. I'm trying to remember what else got taken out. So Pugilist lost. Beat Rush. I like that. Okay. Looking at the stuff that's like compatible. Merchant, Lost Treasure Seeker. But like, Universal Translator from Runekeeper as a perk. Languages are not a mechanic in Vagabond. Since languages are not a mechanic, I'm not really, I'm not making it a thing, like, for anything to assume that they would be in a game. Yeah, I mean, there's lores, which I guess we could say, like, requirements, like, variant rule backstory. Yeah, I guess Lore Master as a perk makes sense. But this is just not exciting. And I don't want to just give you two. That feels so weird. Like, this is good if you're picking it for, like, different, like, being types. Resourceful, but for lore. That feels like I'm spending luck to... When you study, you can gain a lore of your choice until your next rest. Boom. I like that. It would really be a study die instead of luck, though. Yeah, yeah. When you study, you get a new lore for the next day. If you use this ability 3 times for the same lore, it becomes permanently known. Fake it till you make it. Yeah, I think this could work. Scholar class. This any kind of scholar class would really need to. Well, this could be a core gimmick, but like, I don't know. I don't know quite yet. I don't want to immediately hop on that because lore just isn't really a core part of the game. Okay. What does lore in this context mean for the character? This is just imagine backstory, but like, this is lore is a. You know how there's some checks that you'll ask somebody to make that you're like, there's really not a reason. Okay, there's really not a reason for the check because like, I hate doing those remember checks. Oh well, I don't do knowledge checks. Do I know this thing? I don't know. Roll for it. I hate that. I absolutely hate that. So I wrote Vagabond to get rid of that as much as possible. So in Vagabond, it doesn't have it, but lore is a way that you can justify knowing a thing without it having to be keyed into a game mechanic. Right? This is, oh, well, I have a little bit in my backstory. It's the lore that I know about these kinds of creatures. You know? Think about Pathfinder 2nd Edition and the Mega Dungeon they're about to launch, and I just want to run it Vagabond. Well, I have no idea. I haven't looked into a lot of Paizo releases. Yeah. Again, there's genuinely no bad feelings or anything that I have towards Pathfinder. It's just really not my preferred way to play. And so I just haven't really been keeping up with a lot of what's going on with Paizo. But you gain a relic of 500 G or less value. You gain a relic worth 500 gold or less. Boom. I forget. You can swap them. Shit, I keep forgetting you can swap perks. We get to remove this. We're going to say, should chosen one have a level requirement, but potentially make a level 1 human really powerful? I mean, if that's the one thing you take, I'm fine with it. You get a +1 sword. Yeah, that's what this is meant for. I think that this should be... I mean, that's the Arthurian legend, you know? Kid finds Excalibur. Yeah, that's sick. This was something that I thought was the de facto... Like, I put this in Vagabond way early on. I was originally thinking of doing a backstory mechanic like... basically, there was a chosen one where you... so basically you were picking a past and a destiny. So you were kind of choosing the way that you leveled up. I thought that it might have been a little bit clever... But then I struggled to really expand on it past like 6 different backstories. So, but Chosen One was unfortunately cut from that. And Chosen One was one of my favorites because this is so classic Pulp. Yeah. Best I can do is 500. Yeah. Oh, that's great. That's very fucking funny. Can we get a perk that makes junk useful? Junk? Wait, you're saying junk is not useful? Yeah. Am I hearing that right? Hang on. It doesn't do damage, so it's not useful. No, like a junk perk, like how some spells have perks. Okay, because like this is already really good. You misspoke with it not being useful, but I think a perk for junk being funny. Hang on. I mean, nothing's immediately coming to mind. That would be a like, aha, this would make this even better. Because I feel like if anything were to make it permanently last, it's... You can see and hear through objects you create with chunks if you were in their space, like a listening device. That might be the kind of thing that, like, we're looking at Tinkerer for doing. Okay, here. Okay. Alright, we'll start from ground zero so you guys can see the process behind what I think whenever I go into a class design. Okay, we'll start from ground zero. First off, I need at least 5 iconic Tinkerers. One that immediately comes to mind. Although I think Sid is probably the better rep than Riku, even though I think Riku is like the most fun Tinkerer to play in any of the games. I'm just gonna think of a couple real quick. Hang on. Man, I'm not looking at chat because I need to. This doesn't mean don't list them. It's just a thing of like I'm kind of off rip, just seeing what I can pull up from my memory to be like, what are the ones I imagine kind of achieving it cinematically. This is a loose fit. People always tell me I spell MacGyver wrong. I couldn't remember if it's M-A-C or M. Okay. Oh, Tinkerers. Okay, hang on. I feel like I'm missing a pretty obvious one in Fantasy Lit. That's not like immediately coming to mind. Okay, these are the ones that I think of instantly. God, I feel like there's another one in video games I'm just thinking is so much better than this. Okay, so I'm gonna look at chat now and see what we got. Spider-Man, okay. I could see Spider-Man. Is it Spider-Man or Spider-Man? Or Spider-Man? Like, Spider-Man. So Inspector Gadget, Santa Claus, the Santa Claus count as a tinker. Oh, fucking. How could I fucking forget? Jinx from Arcane, I simply do not know enough about League of Legends to say yes or no. Tinker Knight from Shovel Knight. I don't think he's really as iconic as something like the Engineer from Team Fortress or Sid from Final Fantasy. Santa Claus is hilarious, but it's the elves, really. I think if we're talking about an iconic, does Professor Plutonium count? I would say he was an alchemist. If we're talking about the most iconic video game rep that's in all of these, it's not Vulcan. It's not the Engineer from Team Fortress. It's going to be Sid. But the toss-up here is I've got a lot of Final Fantasy reps. And Percy DeRollo. I don't want to go with a character who is in an actual play. Tony Stark. Yeah. Yeah, Tony Stark's a better fit than Spider-Man. Torb is a pale imitation of Dell? Winry from FMA, yeah. I would say I would prefer Q being on here than Inspector Gadget. I don't know if I prefer MacGyver or Q. I guess you could kind of have both. Winry. Dell is Engineer's name from TF2. I gotcha. Rusty Venture is a good fit. Tony Stark is a pretty fucking great fit, but Tony Stark is just an inventor. He's not really what I would call like the Tinkerer Mechanist kind of style of play. Although he does, mod out his suit. I think that if I include Iron Man as a rep, people are going to think this is going to be the I mod my armor class like they do with D&D subclasses. And it's not that. Dale Conager is the Engineer from TO2. Huh, I did not know their names. I do think if we're looking at like, okay, iconic video game tinkerers. If we're looking at iconic video game tinkerers, would it be Sid, like literally the engineer in every Final Fantasy ever? Like, I mean, so much so that the name Sid has just become synonymous with the tinkerer. Or would it be the engineer from Team Fortress? Tails? I don't know. I don't know Sonic lore. Engineer over Sid. Ratchet and Clank. Yeah, although I don't super know. Sid isn't always an Tinkerer. I thought in Final Fantasy VI he was just an NPC. He's usually just an NPC in most Final Fantasy games. It's kind of rare that he is a playable character. Engineer literally has it in the name. You can get Tinkerer out of Engineer. I would say Engineer both in the game and the comics. It's all he does. The thing is, this right here is different from this right here. Like, this is a totally different guy than what this is right here, even though this guy has a lot of this within, right? But Final Fantasy is more in theme with the product. Yeah, but here's the reason why I think no, not Steve. Steve doesn't really fit this. He just crafts shit. The Tinkerer's idea is to like throw out clockwork gadgets in combat. Like that's kind of their thing. Steve is like, I just build my weapons, and that's his kind of gimmick, right? Engineer is more about plop down the stuff to do the crazy shit, you know? Mumbo Jumbo? No, Mumbo's like druid witch. I think Mumbo's probably more witch than anything else. He's like witch focused on polymorph. Batman, yeah, I can see Batman. Batman versus Iron Man, though. What's the... Who's more iconic to the Tinkerer identity, Batman or fucking Tony Stark? Go really new with Mina the Hollower? I played that game and I don't... Okay. I haven't had it totally click with me yet. But I guess I don't totally see where Mina fits in on this. Iron for big machines, Batman for gadgets. Yeah, I do think that's a good argument. Yeah. Flint Lockwood from Cloudy with a Chance of Meatballs? I no idea. No, like I should have been able to like I should have heard about these people if it's gonna be a ref, you know. And I love studying archetype. Here, let me go over real quick to TV tropes. The Gadgeteer Genius. Oh, I gotta fucking allow ads.
Why are you wasting your time on me?
Am I wasting my time?
Okay.
Thank you, ladies and gentlemen.
Alright. So, Gadgeteer Genius. Let's see if this is... Oh, go back. The wrench winch. We've gotta have a wrench winch rep. I guess we do with Winry. She's probably gonna be the main. Yeah. Who are their other reps? Donatello's a nice one. Donatello's not bad. You think Volma would be a more iconic anime rep? Boy, you're not wrong. And let me tell you why we're gonna put Volma there instead. Reason being, Volma actually goes out and does shit with the crew. You can see Volma actively being a tinkerer and the value she adds to the group. Whereas Winry is like the, shopkeep. Winry's the like, hey, I gotta kind of kick back and like fix your shit, so you gotta travel here to come and see me, because I'm not going out there with you. I think she might have at the, like, the very, very end of the series. I prefer Volma here as the anime rep. Dr. Eggman. We have our video game rep. I think Engineer is a pretty iconic tinkerer. Let me see here. Wrench Winch. Okay, so Bulma as the Wrench Winch is a pretty good ad. Let me see what else I have in here. So we need something from Lit. Q, I guess, is a loose fit there. Foley from Artemis Fowl. He seems to be the reason people are still ahead of humans. The Bernstein Bears. Academy of Superheroes. I'm looking for a series. I definitely am like, boom, that's fantasy, right? Artemis Fowl, I would have been like, boom. The Camp Half-Blood. I'm not familiar with that. Willy Wonka. I don't think he qualifies here. That's very funny, though. Discworld. Okay, what do we got? Leonardo Quorum. Okay, okay. T-Town Agent. Wait, is this getting... How targeted are these fucking ads? Oh, God. No, let's get these out of here. Can I... Okay, cool. Inspector Gadget. Part of the reason I didn't want to go with Inspector Gadget was because I don't think that he's necessarily the one building the shit. If I can remember right. But also, it has been a good 20 plus years. It's like, Jesus Christ, this here. I don't know what ads are going to pop up on this site. I'm always a little bit hesitant on Leonardo da Vinci would be a good IRL pick. The reason I wouldn't go with Da Vinci is because there's not really tales about him, right? Like, he was just an engineer. You know? There's not really tales about how, like, Da Vinci used this to beat a bad guy. And for the same reason we're not going with, like, Tesla or Edison or anything. Is it cheating to say Green Lantern? It's funny because people keep constantly recommending Green Lantern for, like, a bunch of different iconics. They think he's like a million different things. Rick Sanchez? The only reason I'm saying no there is because I feel like even referencing Rick and Morty is like a meme into itself. It just feels cringe to do it. Like, to acknowledge that you were a fan at one point. Like I say, like, what? Like, the quote is, I'm Pickle Rick. And like, it feels like I take fucking psychic damage whenever I reference Rick and Morty. I'm trying to find a lit rep. Somebody that's in like a famous fantasy story, and we're pretty much out there. Yeah. I turned myself into a bag of rats, Morty! I'm sure that just woke up Locke. Yeah. Raz Thavis from John Carter of Mars? Oh, like all the artwork is of this guy literally doing the shit. Who is this? It is a pulp fantasy reference. Okay, this dude is like pictured always with gadgets and shit. Mickey Mouse. We're not. Oh no. I was looking for like a fantasy reference where that is their main gimmick. Add a poop spell. Yeah, that's about what happens whenever we're streaming past midnight, huh? I don't know a lot about this guy. He is a fantasy rep that is in pulp fantasy. He's a fictional creator. Okay, within the narrative framework, he's an elderly Martian mad scientist in the state. Okay, skilled in the surgical transplantation of brains. He takes the protagonist, Ulysses Paxton, an Earthman newly arrived on the planet, educates him in the ways of Barsum, Osmarnos. Okay, Raz's shape techniques of brain transportation, which he uses to provide rich elderly Martians with youthful new bodies for a profit. Distress for fellow Martians. He trains Paxton's assistant to perform the same operation on him, but Paxton has fallen in love with Valadia, one of Raz's young victims, whose body has been swapped for that of Hag Zaja. He's operating on Raz since mentioned from the story to a rifle body. Raz agrees with his operation. Murder him, but Paxton skip. Okay, so this is. But it's not really telling me what he does. What about Athos from the Three Musketeers? The only pictures I see of him are with a rapier or drunk. I don't really see anything. Okay, here. We'll just... Okay, so maybe we don't really have a great literature rep here. We have all kinds... Oh, Doctor Who... Oh. I cannot believe I missed that. Okay. He used bolos, a weird opening knife, and other similar weapons too, just not as big. That's just like weird weapons, like exotic weapons, rather than inventing gadgets that kind of act on themselves. Hephaestus is, I think, is also legitimately a decent pick in here. I'm going to say the ones that are going to get clipped. I'm going to clip Q because Q is not really actively using them. He's making them for James Bond to use. And I wouldn't call James Bond a tinkerer. I would call him a rogue that has a tinkerer buddy. It took everything in my power to suggest a One Piece iconic. Hey, that shows growth. Batman doesn't make his own stuff most of the time. Fair. Hang on. So we have the Doctor. Okay. Ooh, here's the tricky thing. Alright. Is it MacGyver or the Doctor? If only one of the two can stay, is it the is it the Doctor or MacGyver? MacGyver. I like the Doctor more. Because what I'm considering doing is cutting Rusty Venture and possibly having both. Wider spread to get more people to get the reference, yeah. I like them both, but the Doctor isn't as improved, very reliant on one tool. Okay. I think Rusty matches the Brock reference ish. Rusty's ishness, whatever you want to say, doesn't really come into play as much as Brock's barbarianism. He gets flown out to, like, you know, fix shit. I can think of one instance off rip where Rusty Venture being a tinkerer actually helped out, where like it progressed the story in a way and it had to be done quickly. And it was whenever he lost a kidney in Mexico and had to hook up Helper to serve as a fucking dialysis machine for him. Like, and that's about it, you know. You can always quote a close cut iconic if you don't already have a quote. Yeah, that's also fair. Yeah, but like, what is it? I don't know how this quote goes. I'm trying to remember, because that feels like that has to be the quote there. Doctor for the quote, but MacGyver for the spot on the list. Yeah, but what's a good Doctor Who quote about invention and tinkering? Yeah, any sufficiently advanced technology is indistinguishable from magic. Yeah, there we go. That feels like that kind of has to be the quote. And then, who actually said that? That quote fits more scientist than tinkerer / engineer to you. Clarke's Three Laws. Futurist Arthur C. Clarke. Isn't it Asimov? It would be funny to get an Asimov quote in there. Doctor Who quotes about invention. The whole world pivots on acts of imagination. What was the... No, wait. Wait. Wasn't this... Did I already use this as a quote for the alchemist, though? Let me see. No, I didn't. I used the potion seller. This quote isn't from Zappa, but Zappa is how I found out about it. But necessity is the mother of invention. It's attributed to Plato. All right, we're probably gonna yoink that. But is it 1,000? Or are we 1,000% sure it's Plato? It's a proverb. One of the earliest recorded instances is... Oh, interesting. Doofenshmirtz. Earliest use instance of the proverb is in one of Ace's fables, The Crow and the Pitcher, from the mid-6th century BCE. However, Plato's Republic says, our need will be the real creator, which Jallett's 1894 translation rendered loosely as, the true creator is necessity, who is the mother of our invention. Ooh. I think it's got to be this. It's got to be that quote. I think the Doctor gets cut. We just say, hey, if you want to play Doctor Who, that's probably the class for you. I did not mean for that to rhyme. I don't know why I felt so offended there for a second that I made it rhyme. Okay, so Batman, Volma, engineer. Okay, so we have comics, anime, video games, mythology, real life TV, and cartoon. So we have 6, and we need to trim it down to 5. I think that Hephaestus can probably go, because it's not really detailing anything about, like, we don't have a whole lot of examples other than we know, hey, like, he was the god of the forge. That's basically about it. And I think from all of these, if there's one that we're gonna cut, it's gonna be Rusty Venture. Keeps Hephaestus open for a blacksmith class, possibly. Batman, Volma, engineer, MacGyver. I'm just gonna assume their action is gonna be used. If you want to play Doctor Who, this is probably the class for you. Yeah. The Golden Net story and the Cursed Throne story? I'm not familiar with either. Starting pack, we don't know for sure. This is going to be a reason class. Craft. And I don't really know what. I'm going to say most likely craft and ranged. I don't know what their complexity is going to be, so we're going to leave it at that for right now. I think ranged makes a lot of sense. This is going to be... Okay, we don't know. Soul... I can't believe I fucking called that perk Soul Bonder. That's so funny. Okay. Why is this one spaced out weird? I don't know why you be like you be. Okay, Any idea what perk they'll use? Nope, no, we literally just got started. You could say Scraffer's Delight. That's light. Deft Hands has been really good for craft-based stuff. It also frees up your action for us to just use the shit that we make. We know that that's been a working model for the Alchemist for a while. Mr. Terrific would be way better than Batman. No, because even me, right off riff, I can't tell you who Mr. Terrific is. I can tell you who the fuck Batman is. In fact, I can name most of his family members too. Okay. Alright, so I don't know. There's two abilities in here: Scraffer's Delight, Deft Hands. Scraffer's Delight is a 10-minute thing that we could say in here, and Deft Hands, and then Crafts. Okay. Scraffer's Delight is a bit magical for a straight up tinkerer. Yeah, I mean, yeah. There's Arcane Artisan and Master Artisan, but those are more downtime. That's the fun thing about game design. We can always change that. Like, we can always look at those and bend the rules, right? Master Artisan, when he's finished shift to craft, it puts 2 shifts worth of work towards making the item rather than 1. In a way, we look at Arcane Artisan 2, because that's about putting the mana toward, yeah, okay. Actually, we have a resource engine. Okay, Alright, let me go down the list. Abjure, Advancement, okay, Animal Companion, Arcane Artisan, Archaeologist, Assured Healer, Athame. Bookworm is, if we need to generate a resource, we can do that with Studied Dice. Vado, Bride Healer, Bully, Cardistry, Calic, Reflexes, Check Hook, Chicanery, No, not that. Deft Hands is a top contender. Familiar, Full Swing, Gish, Grim Harvest, Guardian Angel, Harmonic Resonance, Heavy Arms. Is this going to take inspiration from Barony and a Tinkerer class? Yes, it's essentially, I'm trying to recreate the Barony Tinkerer. Absolutely. Which was a part of why the Scrappers the Light thing kind of came to mind. Unless they can get a perk. Wait. Splitting their downtime between study and craft feels wrong. Unless they get a perk where they using a shift to craft can grant them a study die. Yes. That would be a thing of like something like that. Infesting Burst, Infravision, Inspiring Presence, Interceptor, Knife Juggler. Okay. Scrappers the Light, turning junk directly into gadgets would be very MacGyver. It's funny because I thought about that as like, I thought about it as it gives you the materials. I didn't think about it as it just immediately turns them into it. That's a really funny idea for that. Hold up. Use How funny would it be to give them vigilance? Spend a study die to immediately break down an object and either gain the scrap as materials. Okay. You gain the bookworm perk and can craft and study during the same shift. Okay. Is there a machine ancestry in the book also? The golem. You can flavor it as a machine guy. So this would go more if we were going the alchemist route, but I don't think it totally vibes with it. This feels more artificer-esque, and I don't think we need it. This, however, this is very dungeoneering. This is... I spin this... Oh, this door is locked? Oh, okay, hang on. No, it's cool. Not only is it not locked anymore, we also have a little helicopter guy who's going to go around and light up the dark corners for us. I kind of love that. Yeah, random bullshit go the class, yes. So, this is a study die for you to immediately gain materials. So break down an object. And either... Should object be gadget? No, because we haven't devised that keyword quite yet. I would rather go ahead and wait until we decide, boom, that's the thing that we're going to do. However, I do think that the idea of an entire gadgets chapter was popular enough that it's probably worth it to throw in. But I'm not going to restrict it to only be a gadget, because what if they don't want to make a gadget with this? What if instead of this, they wanted to make, like, hey, you know what would be really useful right now? A fucking barrel. However, we seem to be in a dungeon that only has, like, pots. And we don't know what the fuck to do with that. And then the Tinkerer just goes, oh, no worries. Hang on. That's, yeah, make that guy's sword into a chair. That's so fucking Tinkerer. That's so MacGyver. Like, that's what I want. This is, I do like how slightly cartoony and belief suspension, you know, or disbelief suspension we have to get into with this. Yeah, that's the fun part of the fantasy, yes. This is, I think, already kind of a winner on that. You're limited in how often you can do it, but we'll give you... What did Alchemists get? They got a perk regenerator, or they got a study die regenerator. Eureka? They do have a study die engine. Yep, you get a study die when you crit on a craft check. We're just gonna yoink. They can take Bookworm multiple times, yes. But we can give them something baked into the class. Okay. It's not very similar to the Merchant Gold Sink. Honestly, kind of in a way, yeah. You're doing it in a different way, though. Which, I guess everybody always kind of thought it would be a middle ground between the two. And then take Vigilance to craft / study all night. Okay. Honestly, though, this could probably be its whole own feature. You can spend the study die to immediately break down an object and either gain the scrap as materials or craft a new object of equal or lesser value. You can use an action or skip your move and spend a study die to break down an object and either gain the scrap as materials or this is where deft hands would have come into play. And that's not going to cycle. It's not going to cause any kind of weird cycles in that. Okay. So... that's just the first thing that came to mind there. Is craft and study part of the alchemist? No, because they're about quick. Make this thing, throw it. Improvise, adapt, overcome vibes, and you like it so far. Yeah, I am. Gonna head off and say really looking forward to seeing some kind of overclock feature for Gadget. Thanks so much for checking in, Luke Goblin. We'll catch you later, man. This is okay. And this is cool. But it's... God, this is such a minor thing. Recruit weapons changed to be a smaller die size? Wait. They weren't before? Am I misremembering that? Oh, wait. They're a -1. Right. So it's mathematically the same, except they can roll a 0. Right, to count for bottles and alchemist items. Yep, that's right. I think they should be for crude shields. Boom. That's what needed to go in there. The reason it's different, they have a -1 penalty to damage versus their damage die. Now with their damage die, if they try to use it to defend, it, you know, that's then it's like, oh shit, like this doesn't really work super great. I feel like it should get something in here about... Oh. That way, they're good at just immediately grabbing some shit off the floor and they're better at using it. Are there any rules for making thrown attacks with non-thrown weapons? You were running this with your recruit weapons? I would probably roll with it like that. Yeah. Bonus to their damage die? Oh, yeah. Okay, this is there. Anytime you use a crude weapon, anytime you use craft for an attack, I mean, in a way, I prefer this over improving a fist weapon attack. Because this has versatility. This has a lot of versatility, actually. If you break off the leg of a chair, Salvins gets around it, but that's perk sync and it's also cool. Maybe +2 damage and don't ignore the crude penalty. That's no. This has got to just override that, because we don't want to go, well, this is a +2, but this is a +1, and yeah, no. +1. Weapons you attack with using craft have a +1 bonus to their damage die. This bonus ignores crude weapon penalties. There we go. We might not even have to make a gadget list. To me, this feels like a bar fighting like ability, like something a pugilist would pull. I mean, this is also working with all of your stuff up here. It's similar to Drunken Master. Yeah, it is. I prefer it over Drunken Master, though. Maybe just you ignore crude weapon penalties. But, like, we also want to give... Wait, what? Why are people hesitant to improving the weapons you make? I would like some gadgets, arrow turrets come to mind. Right. Which we could introduce as new items. And this thing could still access them. It's a good ability, but the flavor from the mechanic is kind of a bit of a mixed signal is all. I guess... Okay. Yeah, there's a trade-off there. But it feels weird to me that the Tinkerer, who's really good at making stuff, makes really shitty weapons. Or at least they're, like, kind of half-assed. But... You can turn a table into a gun. Okay, I'm more okay with that. I kind of want to roll up a tinkerer who, like, that's just their thing. Like, hey, we found this treasure chest. I don't really know. I think it's trapped. It's cool. Don't worry about it. I'll just turn it into a gun. That's a fancy table if it costs as much as a gun. Not really. Tables are fucking expensive. My dining room table costs more than the Glock 19 I've got in my fucking bedroom. Like, when's the last time you bought a table? Yeah, thinking quickly, Dave constructed a megaphone using a piece of string, a squirrel, and a megaphone. Yeah. Okay. We can I knew that there was something I was thinking of like they needed a boost. This is a pretty instant boom, here you go, here's a great sword. But like you can kind of do that anyways by just snapping something off. Break down an object. Most of the time if someone's trying to do that quickly, I'm gonna say that like breaking in a chair and getting a weapon out of it is like an action. Because the study die actually just makes this kind of... That's the only... Yeah. No, the other part was redundant. You could already do that. Hang on. There we go. When you take the use action or skip your move to break down an object. Oh. No, I see why that's not good. It's not flexible. Yep. Yeah. Okay. Question, possibilities for other expansions, maybe it's something. Let me finish this expansion first. let me do that. Something on the high tier campaign for the purpose of the cover. You can already do that in Vagabond. You just got to keep leveling up. Yeah. Sorry, I've got like 8 projects right now that I'm currently working on, and I am not planning anything else at the moment. Long story short, ask me after Gen Con. I'll have a much better idea as to what's on my plate. You gain the bookworm perk and can craft and study during the same shift. Okay, you ignore crude weapon penalties. You ignore crude weapon penalties, and you can spin a study die to complete a craft shift either as an action or by skipping your move. Weapons you craft this way are crude weapons. Okay, cool. So the first level cycle makes sense. 8, the theme of the expansion? No, I've got 8 other projects I'm working on, not character option expansions. You get a study die when you crit on a craft check. Okay. Okay, so we already have a core here. We have a core that... I wonder if they need more study die generation base kit. Yeah, I like that the fast crafted weapons are crude for other people. What kind of trash is that? It's not trash, you just don't know how to use it. Yeah. Bookworm is going to mean you can at least get 2 while you're crafting. When you spin a shift to craft, study, or rest, you get an additional study die. You could give them a bonus to crit range for Eureka as a level 4 ability. I want to avoid throwing around crit range reduction so much. I feel like I've been writing that so much that it got samey. Because right now they kind of have to get downtime at level 1 to use any features inside of ignoring crit weapon penalties. But I mean, like... they're creating the weapon that they're going to use. Which, I'm not saying it's incredibly strong. Hold up. Hold up. I'm just gonna write this. Hang on. When you pass a paper craft check in the roll, the d20 would have passed without the bonus. You gain a study die. Will it be in the future collab with another project to expand Vagabond, like the manual? In the manual, there's a good 5e conversion guide. Wait, Nat 19 or Loot Tavern. I don't have any other. I've announced everything I'm planning on at the moment that I am allowed to announce. But I will tell you right now, I don't have anything. I don't have anything planned with like Nat 19 or Loot Tavern. There's a good 5e conversion guide. I would just say remove the modifiers from all the calculations, and it's probably pretty close. And then from there, you kind of have to interpret it. I also don't want to put myself in too much legal risk with like $1 billion corpo to I don't want to put myself at risk with $1 billion corpo to convert some material that that feels like that's murkier territory than just simply using the OGL. Right now, because repurpose specifies craft shift, it can be read as if you can study as a part of that, meaning you can get 2 study die in exchange for 1. Because repurpose specifies craft shift. Oh, right. Right. Right, there's when you spin the shift to study, you can also craft, but like okay, that does kind of break that loop. However, I don't like the way that this comes across for some reason. Shooting a flanked enemy would generate a lot of study dice. Probably, yeah. I don't think study dice are that insanely good that... I mean, like, that flanked enemy, he's gonna fucking die. Like, it's not gonna generate a lot. And I think that there's possibly a way... Hang on. Okay. Hang on. Yes. And honestly, the way that Alchemist's Eureka works, it should probably also get this change. When you pass a craft check by 10 or more, you gain a study die. The roll required to do so is decreased by 1 every 4 levels hereafter. So, 2nd, 6th, and 10. Yeah, and they're not that strong. Yep. I would actually agree. I probably overestimated how good study die were. They're not as good as luck. You can't use them for as much, like, reality-breaking shit as luck can do. Really? The way to... Ooh, I just thought about this. You know the way you should be thinking about luck? You should be thinking about luck as if that is a point for you to make a very small wish. I like that idea. You are getting the chance. Ooh, God, yeah, that kicks on with Prima Materia. Ooh, and that kicks on with Mix. Yeah, that's a way better... I'm so happy I took the time to do Tinkerer today. You think Study Die can give favor after the roll the way it's worded? You think a Study Die can give favor after the roll the way it's worded? Nothing can give favor after a roll? The roll has to be favored. The way that it's worded. Wait, let me see. No, favor has to be determined before the roll. This last line might imply it? Yeah. Okay. The last line might have implied it. That is a that is a really actually nice buff there. And I do like that it gets us away from a crit mechanic. I feel like the crit mechanics need to be more about ensuring crit reliability rather than giving you stuff on a crit. I think that that's really where it needs to go. So they have Eureka, they have Repurpose. But they're not, I mean, okay. And study die can't just be accumulated because they're gone at the end of the day. Oh man, okay. Actually, it's been 5 hours. That is a good. Oh man, I don't know. Let me think here. 4th level, they'd probably need. What was that perk that let you spend study die to auto succeed on a check? The extrovert thing is funny. Oh, yeah, heightened. Okay. All the heightened ones. Fast to detect, mysticism, or survival check, you fail. Pass an arcana, craft, or medicine check, you fail. Study die when you travel 6 miles or more. You can grant an ally one of your study die. Yeah. Capitalization thing. Sage. If we were going scholar, Sage would probably, it would have to probably be Sage and Bookworm. You just straight up get those two, and it's like that's all we gotta say. Yeah, but notice it can't keep rolling into itself because you pass it, so that's just saying, okay, you rolled your difficulty. You passed it, you didn't like roll a 10 or higher, so it doesn't just keep auto-regenerating. Browsing and crude weapons. Take the properties of a metal with value of your level times 5. Blah. The wild magic table can be expanse. Expanded? Gotcha. I had to double check that it wasn't 3 successful hits. Yeah, no. I don't think there's a way to chain it. But also, like, if your crafty, like, difficulty is going to be a 6, then you're going to do well. This is like you've got to roll a 16 or higher. At that point, it's like, that roll doesn't feel wasted. It feels like, okay, I got other shit out of that too. And if it's a crit, oh, it's even cooler. Now I got a crit and this study die? Ooh! I get a luck and a study die? God damn, that crit's nice. You could expand the limit on study dice? There's a limit? Oh, you mean like per day? No, we're not doing that. No, I do not want you hoarding that shit. Okay. Invention repurpose. Okay. So we have this. God, Eureka is so... But, like, God, whatever we give you here has got to rival fucking Mix. Good God, yeah, whatever we give you has got to be good enough to compete with this. How is think we're gonna upgrade the things that it makes? I'm not I'm not sure. I have no idea right now. These could be if it was gonna be an upgrade kind of a thing. It would be something like this. Like bulleted list or something like this, right? Hold up. So this would be burn is the flamethrower. If you wanted it to be a little water gun, you could do that, I guess. It can be almost like a drill with terramorph. Flamethrower, of course. Little electric zapper. You can make a taser out of it. Yeah, Tesla coil, yeah. Yeah, this is the way to do it instead of a specific. The secret creations can be treated like the spells. List of a quirk you want to mix it, create a flamethrower, explosive, etc. I mean, that's what this is, right? This is covering a lot more territory. This is killing like 70 birds with one stone. You just can't upcast it. Good. That should be the fucking caster's territory. If you're gonna make this, and it's a little freebie thing that you can tap onto a target, like tap onto one of your items. I think... Is Tinker Psychic Bit again now? What? No. I'm just coming up with ideas. Guys are still brainstorming here. Reminds me of Nimble's Artificer. It's probably because Nimble's Artificer is based off of the 5e store spell stuff, which we all were saying was the way it should have gone. It can replicate the effect of a spell as either remote, touch, or a 10-foot aura or line. Maybe Glyph could be a fun one to throw in there. Glyph does feel kind of trickstery. Is it better that it... No. It's gonna do it instantly. It's a boom, psh, whatever, it goes off, and then it's done. Unless it's something like burn, which is gonna persist. If it's zap, it's already good enough that it's done in the round. That's a quick, like, oh god, okay, that's over. I don't know what this would necessarily be. See, what I like is that right here, This covers all of the sleep and fire like traps and stuff from Barony. Construct vehicles or structures, armory, weapon, and armors. No. No, we keep it. Trust me, we keep it simple to cover way more territory. We're not going to get that specific because getting that specific is a very 5e blah space. Like you can use its conduit and disappear. Would you be able to use this? Use the use action again to do this? I would say that like you need to be able to focus. Okay, here's what this would say. Okay. You do not need to focus on it, but you would you need to be able to focus in order to control a gadget, if that makes sense. You couldn't be like incapacitated. Anything that would be preventing you from focusing, like focusing on a spell, would prevent you from controlling one of the gadgets. Yeah, you can control a gadget as so long as you're able to focus, but do not need to focus. Yeah, something like that. Like, let me see here. This is basically just saying if there's anything that would end, or sorry, if there's anything that would prevent you from focusing on a thing, it also prevents you from controlling gadgets. It's kind of what I was thinking if it were going to go mentalist with it. You know? What about something like the turret or the distraction dummy? So the turret is a thing that is a crossbow that is just automatically fired, right? So, with the turret, here's what I would say. Automatically attacks with its equipped weapon when a target is in its range at the start of your turns. There you go. Deploy one, sentry goes out there and it immediately makes its shot, rather than you gotta wait around and remember it needs to take its shot. And this means you can equip it with crossbows, you can equip it with a fucking gun. Yeah, you can equip it with shotguns, right? You can equip it with a longsword. Boom. Pole blade, yep. Technically, this could equip 2 handguns. Using your craft check. Yeah. We can, it will. See, so we keep it vague for the purpose of covering more territory here instead of like covering all of these very specific things, right? This means people are going to go, oh, wait, I can make a little fucking buzzsaw guy with this? Yeah. This needs to go away. It can equip up to lots of weapons. It automatically attacks with its equipped weapon when a target is. Okay. It's funny you can make a scarecrow with a fear spell. Well, can move using your speed. Sure. Well. Whatever. Well, it's an ally to you. Yeah. This doesn't need to say automatically. You're controlling it, so... Yeah, it's gonna just act on your turn. And you can decide when it goes. Yeah, you control it. You can make like a scouting option, like a listening device or detector of some sort. It said scout, or I'm not totally sure here. Should specify that it can attack with him, maybe. Yeah, I mean it. Wait. Otherwise, it just kind of sounds like a weapon piggy bank. Okay, sure. Wait a minute. Okay, hang on. Oh, I have no idea what that would do. I have no idea. I don't know what that could bust open. You gotta go to bed, but what about a prosthesis? Not just because the art is including it or anything, but you're unsure about what boons it could offer. That's the kind of thing where I would be like, well, a prosthesis would just be sort of like another thing they can make. You know, that's like just another item that functions like you would think a prosthesis would. And then if they wanted to upgrade it in some capacity, they could potentially give it things like, you want the Mega Man hand? Boom, here you go. Like, you can, I mean, cast light from it, you know. Oh. It replicates the casting of a spell as if one mana had been to cast it. Boom, there we go. Maybe upgrades should be limited to the perks that you have, so you can just cheat perk economy by making some gadgets. I mean, we don't know. I don't know how limiting it to the perks that you have prevents it from cheating perk economy, because what happens if the gadget gets studied dice, you know? I think limiting it in terms of like what perk upgrades it could get. Ooh. What I mean is, why would you take the Storm Razor if you can make a gadget do it? Why would you take Storm Razor if you can make a gadget do it? Yeah, I actually agree. Yeah. Why would you take Storm Razor if you could have a gadget do it? Yeah, you would not take it. Must be a perk you qualify for. Please don't limit on perks. Another tip. Limit or the material construction for the gadget. There's going to be a limit on perks. There's going to be a limit on perks. That's just it's required to just make the thing work. It's required to make it work. It's part of the no bad builds philosophy. There are some perks that simply will not function with it. And this is going to gate that out. You like hologram specialization idea? What about something like specialization? Your checks with the skill of your choice have favor while holding this gadget, like for a specific tool. Oh, okay, that's kind of cute. Yeah, it's like influence. This gadget makes me smell better all the time. People just love me. Yeah, I can see that. Like, I think multi-tool is kind of cute. There's ideas there. This also, if we say choose a perk, a chosen perk can have set requirements. Okay, this gadget has that perk, and we tell you like okay, what are you gonna do with advancement? You know, I'm gonna upgrade the stats of my gadget. Okay, it doesn't use stats. Like it doesn't. So no, it has to be limited because there's some perks that just will not work with it, and we're preventing people from potentially picking those up. Your gadget now has an intelligence of 1. We don't have an intelligence stat either. Like, a chosen perk can have a stat requirement no higher than 4. I do like the idea of you must qualify for the chosen perk because it would require the spell. Okay, that helps the spell requirements. Maybe it could be baked into multi-tool and you are treated as if you had the perk chosen. Yeah. Choose a perk. A chosen perk. Choose a perk with a set requirement no higher than 4 and that you would qualify for. This gadget has that perk. But if you need to be qualified, what's the use of a gadget? Because you might not have the perk. Yeah, it's an extra perk that this thing has. And if you do have it, cool. Well, you're upgrading this thing in a little, like, cool way. The perk requirement is there to make sure you can actually use the perk. Relic power can be a capstone for the class. Nah, I just thought that would be an upgrade that you could give it. Like, straight up, you could just say, what if? Can't they take that Runekeeper perk if they wanted to do that? The Rune Scribe? No, that only lets you, like, inscribe it on the thing. Whereas this would be the thing has the perk. Right? Inscribe a rune onto it. Contains a relic power. Well, okay, so I guess... No, that's right. It would just be Rune Scribe. Yep. No, because you're right. You're right. RuneScribe just allows you to do that. Yeah, so we don't need to write this. Level 20 per what? Andrea Viazian. Have you read my game? I don't. You keep saying something that makes me think you don't. You haven't checked out Vagabond. You're just kind of. I don't know what's going on. Are gadgets objects or beings? It will be a construct, like an artificial. Maybe give it a special metal property of your choice. That feels more blacksmith to me. But I am okay. It's 2 o'clock here. I've been up far too long. I'm gonna go to bed. Shit, I've got to get locked to the. I have to get locked to the groomer in 5 hours. Shit. All right, I'm gonna go to bed. Everybody, have a good night. The VOD will be up, and I will be back around soon. I think this has been better for trying to keep everybody all up to date and documented. So, anyways, we should also be getting some interesting stuff going on. We should be getting some interesting stuff going on here soon because I believe Maxwell should have art. More than just the concepts that you guys saw the other day. And yeah, that'll be about it. So anyways, I will chat with you guys here very soon.